first guild set with an accompanying ghost and special interactive animations. Draw now. Experience a completely new battle experience. Upgradable Soul Spectre Shredder M762 available now. Exclusive Elimination Broadcast. Elimination Special Effect. Loot Crate. Show off on the battleground. New Black Mist Broom Glider releases together. Spectre Shrine Backpack. Macabre Valentine cover, and other rewards also available. Tons of items await. Additionally, the Crimson of Fealties set is back. Redeem it with teddy bears. Don't be fooled by her appearance. This macabre maid has the most sinister vibes. Tempted? Wait no longer. Log in and draw now.
PUBG Mobile. New game mode. Unfail. In Unfail, you can become the powerful predator or join a team of survivors. The predator cannot be eliminated. You can also gain rage by attacking players, which unlocks skills. Skill 1, Hook. Hook a survivor to pull them to you. If the hook hits an obstacle, you will pull yourself towards it. Skill 2, Slow Trap. The slow trap becomes invisible after it's deployed. When triggered, it explodes and slows survivors within range. Skill 3, Invisibility. Become invisible to ambush survivors. If you're the predator, make good use of these skills to prompt, pursue, and eliminate survivors. Survivors start the match with one of 3 items at random, which increase their chances of survival. Jet Gauntlets. Gain a speed boost after vaulting over windows and flipping boards. AED, anti-radiation. Rescuing teammates restores their health to full. Move faster while carrying a teammate. Wrench increases terminal activation speed. Survivors have a heart rate monitor. Be careful when your heart rate goes up, as it means the predator is near. In this situation, you can flip a board to stun the predator and escape, or hide in a distribution box. If the predator guesses wrong on your hiding spot, escape while it's preoccupied, or face elimination. Of course, survivors can also pick up dropped firearms. These can be used to stun the predator and escape. When a survivor is injured, they will leave footprints on the ground. Use consumables or wild berries to heal up. There are also lots of items and mechanisms, such as the electric fence, which can block the predator, or use the fire extinguisher to outmaneuver it. Try to activate a terminal. While a teammate distracts the predator, if you happen to start with the wrench, you'll activate terminals faster. You need to activate 5 terminals to open the exit gate and evacuate. Now that the requirements have been met, hurry and escape. Unfail! Will you be the oppressive predator or a tactical survivor? Unfail, coming September 26th.
Load me. This guy's load me, bro.
I saved lives with my blade. First in surgery, then shadows. Tendons, vessels, nerves. I thought I was healing, until they drove a name into my mind. Lily. In false memories I hunted hearts, crafting immortality serum for their dying breath. Now, I'm not their predator, nor molded father. I'm Karis Vane. I'll shred their lies, weigh each piece, settle every score.
PMSL Americas, Xforce, Intense Game, Jaguar Esports, United for Gaming, Loops Esports, Maryland Esports, Wolves Esports, Royal of War, Alpha 7. iNCO Globant. iNCO Gaming. Influence Rage. Team Liquid. Resilience Esports. Straight Outta Nepal. VIP Esports.
We fought hard to get here. Each match in the league stage shaped who we are today. This is the finals. The pressure is higher, the competition is tougher, and every moment counts.
We have faced incredible teams from across the Americas, and now it's time to prove who is truly belongs at the top.
From all corners of this West region, we have gathered here with one goal, a shot at glory.
This is where legends are made. One mistake can change everything, but one great play can turn the tide.
We respect every team here. They've earned their place, but we're ready to bring our best and fight for the crown.
This is more than just a title. It's a chance to represent North America on the big stage and secure a spot at PMGC.
Please, and all who believe in us, now it's our time to rise.
Every match, every fight, it all comes down to this. Let's show the world what North America is made of.
Welcome in, one and all, for the finals of the PMSL America's fall season. It has been a long journey for the competitors to get to this point, and now that they're here, what do they plan to do with it? There's 5 total PMGC spots available, 3 from PMGC points. The other going to be earned by the finals tonight. We have smash points. It's always exciting to see it, really to understand who's willing to risk it all to join that stage in Thailand, to play for the bulk of money, but also to submit their names into esports history books, specifically for PUBG Mobile. We've got a lot of front runners. We're talking Wolves, we're talking Alpha 7, but there's some bubble teams that you cannot forget about. There's some teams that truly want to dethrone the top 2 rosters, and they have the opportunity to do it today, but they're going to have to work hard. They really do. It's not going to be easy by any means. We have 6 maps today, but it could end in 2. And the question is, are you happy where you currently are on the standings? If you're Influence Rage, are you satisfied finishing in 3rd place? I know I wouldn't be, and I know the competitors wouldn't be either. They're going to give it their all today. It's going to be wonderful to see. And of course, it's going to be nice to be joined by each and every one of you on the desk. Of course, Powerbang, Hot Chooks, and Mustache Day. Boys, welcome in, PB. Great to see you again.
Oh, it's so good, and I was so happy to hand that epic monologue duty off to the master. You, my friend, good to see you on the desk. Great to be on a broadcast with you. I don't know about y'all, but I am so excited to be here for the last day of finals. This is sure to be epic.
Absolutely. It's going to be great. We've all watched these competitors compete each and every day, and now it comes down to this moment, Hot Jukes.
Let's go, baby. 2 games today. The Wolves, they're going to do it again. I'm telling you, they're going to do it again. Smash point rules in effect. I'm hyped. Let's get this wrapped up. Let's go.
Let's get it, baby. Dave, great to see you again, man. We've been getting deep over the past couple of days. Today is going to be the deepest day.
Yeah, listen, hey, man, my grandma's watching. I got the jacket on. I'm feeling good to go. Hot, look at that. Boom, boom. Bringing this bad boy out the closet right there. But yeah, shout out to my grandma. I'm thinking 6 games. I know 2 games, Hot Jukes is feeling it, but We're playing Miramar, guys. Just let it sink in. We are going to Miramar. We're going to Miramar, all right?
No 2 games, huh? No 2 games. PB, are you a curse or a blessing today, real quick? What do you think?
I'm always a blessing, Taylor. What can I say? I'm here on the desk. I think we go at least 4 or 5 today. There's going to be a few teams, I think, in the mix for Smash Point. We'll see what happens, but man, let's see if the Wolves can pull it out.
Well, let's find out. PB, you did a great job voicing over it, so I'm ready to send it to you, at least from the past. Let's talk about our format and how today's Grand Finals is going to work.
Teams will play 18 total matches, and then head start points will be awarded based on their team's placement. That leads us to the PMSL Americas Finals, starting October 10th and concluding October 12th. For the finals, Smash Point rules are in full effect. The initial matches of the finals take place on days 1 and 2, and after day 2, a points threshold known as Smash Point will be set at the number 1 team's point value plus 10. Any team, regardless of their rank, can clinch the tournament championship by meeting the following conditions. First, they need to cross the Smash Point threshold. Then, they need to earn a winner-winner chicken dinner in any game that follows. Now, if no team meets these conditions, the tournament will continue. But if a team above Smash Point wins the game, the tournament is over immediately. And that team is crowned PMSL America's champion. They'll win a share of the $140,000 finals prize pool. On the line for this year's PMSL Americas is 200 grand in prizes and one of 5 coveted spots at this year's PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Who will have what it takes? Who is truly the best of the best? There is only one way to find out. Who will be the champion?
Well, throughout the Split 1 and Split 2 is all about those head start points. They were gained. When we started a couple of days ago, those head start points worked well in the favor of Wolves. For others, they fell a little bit behind, but they had a bit of a bonus, right, to maybe recover from. Now, we find ourselves in the final day, and the points land where they do. And we have 2 top runners, but others trying to catch up to them. It's going to be fun. Smash Point. We mean the threshold needs to be reached. Once it is, you need to win the next game in order to close out the tournament. If that doesn't happen, we have 6 total games, and it'll come down to the overall standings. Let's talk about the previous days. We've had plenty of tremendous moments. PB, I don't know if you caught the 1v4 obscure moment against IG.
I got it.
That was wonderful to see, man. And I'll tell you what, Alpha 7, they're happy to have obscure on their roster.
They really are, and I don't know why Mafioso, they made the decision to pull him. I didn't see anything glaringly wrong, but ultimately, Obscure hasn't been a downgrade by any means. He's been one of the last members alive in many situations, even picking up a 1v4 clutch, and that was something that, honestly, I didn't know what to expect from him. So, love the move. Seems like it's paying off for him as they have shot up the leaderboards 2 chicken dinners yesterday. But again, we see the Wolves on screen doing some major damage, and it seems like they've had Alpha 7's number in head-to-head fights all tournament long, Taylor.
Yeah, I mean, great representation of what North America can truly be. They've been taking the fight to Alpha 7, Hot Jukes, and they've been doing it very, very well. We questioned, would Wolves be able to remain consistent just like they did during the stage play? Well, clearly they have. In Grand Finals, they've been unstoppable.
Dude, I mean, I am so stoked, right? We see the USA flag on top in PMSL Americas, and I'm gonna lie, right? During the league stage, I saw them win it. I was nervous. I was like, uh-oh. The chances of them going back-to-back here, ooh, it's gonna be a little bit rough to see, but it was not, man. They came in hot, roster swaps and all, and these guys are making it happen. Let's go, Wolves.
Let's do it, Dave. We take a look at the head-to-head, and my goodness, it couldn't be closer even if you wanted it to be.
Yes, sir. Grizel as well from Alpha 7 had some highlight plays yesterday, and I'm happy that there was multiple occasions here, guys, where we saw both the Wolves and Alpha 7 kind of clash it out in a straight-up 4v4. I mean, you couldn't ask for more here. So to see these 2 teams kind of competing here today for that first place spot, it's just heating up. It is just heating up. I'm telling you, Rondo, we're kicking that off. I would love if these 2 teams just hot drop each other on Rondo. I mean, that would just be the best thing ever. Will it happen? Probably not, but that would just be the most cinema thing ever right there. Because these 2 teams, they're like magnets. I'm telling you, they're always next to each other.
That's right. They can't stay away from each other, especially being number 1 and 2 on the leaderboard. It only makes sense that they continually fight. They, after all, want to be the best, right? And speaking of being the best, we've got a lot of front runners for our MVP race. PB, we have seen a tremendous performance from Remix from 9Z. He's doing everything in his power to bring that roster into the top 2, but he's got stiff competition with Wazao right behind him.
You know, it's a great point on Remix. This is a squad in 9Z that, let's be real, they were awful during the league stage. They were sitting down around 13th, just did not deliver. But the entire league stage, I was like, this is a top 5 team. They are going to show up, but they needed to actually put up, and Remix is doing that now. You can see him topping the tables, and he's a big reason why 9Z has turned things around, and they currently sit in the top 4. Obviously, Alpha 7, they've got studs as always, and then Diego, he's a perennial MVP contender as well. It's great to see Doran up there from the Wolves also, though.
Yeah, Doran's been great, man. I mean, come on, Wolves, Hotchukes, they need somebody in the top 5, and it only makes sense they have one player in the top 5 being Doran, given the fact that they have been performing so very well. All right, so Doran, again, incredible, but also for Diego from Influence Rage Day, for him to be in 4th place on the MVP running, okay? Diego might be truly instrumental for Influence Rage to finally catch up in the top 2. They're the closest team to do so.
Yes, sir. And listen, Influence Rage, it's a huge day for Influence Rage. I know we keep talking about that 1st place spot, the Wolves, Alpha 7, but Influence Rage, and I know we'll touch on here in a moment, they have a huge opportunity today. Going back to Jukes, hoping that we end in 2 games. Influence Rage, they're hoping we send it to 6 games. They want all 6 games here, guys. That way they can try to get as many points as possible. But yeah, Diego has been popping off. I mean, Influence Rage, at least looking at them yesterday, day 2, they definitely made a lot of improvements from their day 1 performance here in Grand Finals.
Yeah, they did, Hotchukes. Influence Rage. Do we believe in them? They were at the top of PB's list when it came to his power rankings. What do you think?
Dude, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the big major squads coming out of Brazil. We're going to see it here in a little bit, right? They have 2 different ways that they can make it on over to the big show. So all steam ahead for Influence Rage. I think they're definitely going to make it, but it's all about that consistency, man. I mean, this is the last day. You got a lot of different teams that are going to try to dethrone them, take that spot away from them. So, man, who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what's going to happen? You know, I want to see it just smash point come into effect because it's so awesome, right? But, you know, if you're Influence Rage, you want to extend the gameplay as long as possible, and as well as a lot of other squads, too.
That's right. Well, you mentioned a couple of different ways to qualify for PMGC. Let's start running through those couple. And, of course, we start with Brazil with PMGC points. And naturally, when it comes to overall rankings, you know, you got Wolves up at the top who are leading in their PMGC points when it comes to North America. So things get fun, especially even in regards to Alpha 7 being number 1 in PMGC points. Because they're number 1 and number 2 at the current moment, PB, there could be an opportunity that the top 2 spots are earned by Wolves and Alpha 7, but that opens up a chance for Influence Rage, 9Z, or Loops to potentially break into the top 5 and go to PMGC as well.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, if you finish top 2 here in the overalls, you're moving on. The conversation's over. But we also have to think about those regional conversations as well for PMGC points. So it really makes that number 3 through number 5 spot pretty highly coveted here in the overall ranking. So even if 1st and 2nd, for example, end up being a bit out of reach, that doesn't mean that these teams like Influence Rage, 9Z, Loops, Maryland, iNCO, all of those squads, they have to keep the pedal to the metal all day long. And somebody made a point just a moment ago, I think it was Hot Jukes, about Influence Rage. They have been consistent so far. The 2 best teams in this tournament, though, have clearly been the Wolves and Alpha 7. Influence Rage finishes 3rd in League Phase 1. They finished 3rd in League Phase 2. And what do you know? Here they are, 3rd again in the overalls in the finals, Taylor.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've been highly consistent, but the thing is, they're on the bubble, and they have to lock in a top 2 if they want a guaranteed spot at PMGC, or else they're going to leave it to luck based off the performance of Wolves and Alpha 7. But let's talk PMGC, right? Specifically when it comes to Brazil, and Influence Rage is a big talking point. They're currently number 2 in the overall standings, right behind Alpha 7. Alpha 7 Hot Chooks are most likely not going to relinquish their position, at least when it comes to this leaderboard. I think they would have to break out of the top 5. I just don't see that happening with the big lead that they have, which means Influence Rage are going to have to try and go big today if they want to overcome Alpha 7. Not necessarily here on the PMGC leaderboard, but more importantly, just to qualify for PMGC, the Gauntlet in Thailand.
Yeah, it's so crazy to think that the fact that the PMGC leaderboard here and the leaderboard that we're seeing, the difference in points isn't that much of a difference, right? When it comes to Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. So they're looking to have a consistent performance regardless. I think, though, if you're able to qualify through this PMGC leaderboard, that's going to be a phenomenal thing for for Influence Rage in particular. So I think this is what they're gunning for. And from my understanding, the PMGC leaderboard, right, you get one team qualifying forward, right? And this is priority, okay? So if Alpha 7 obviously qualifies through PMGC leaderboard, then that spot that they have right now in this tournament, right, will go down to that next team. So it's really interesting to watch. There's so many different ways I think Influence Rage can make it.
Yeah, but PP, is there a chance? I mean, Maryland's in 6th place. They missed out on the spring points. Is there a chance they can still qualify today?
A real outside chance, and it all comes down to their performance on today's battlegrounds. They've got to really pass up loops. They got to pass up Influence Rage, and somehow, some way, finish is as at least second in the region. We take a peek here at the Latin America, which at least for PMGC's concerns, 9Z has pretty much sewn this one up, so they look like they're good to move on regardless. And the good news for them is they made double sure as the top performing team on the PMSL Americas leaderboards, they're still in a position to potentially climb into that top 2 today, Taylor.
Dude, you want to talk about a lead, though? Wolves have dominated the PMGC leaderboard for North America, leading 300 to 163 over Xforce. Not only are they the most dominant team when it comes to NA, but also the most dominant team when it comes to PMSL America's fall season in general. These guys have been unstoppable in spring as well as fall. They fell short in spring, mind you, but they're not going to fall short this time around. They're on top of the world, and they are feeling as good as possible. Love it. Right, that's the PMGC points. Of course, that's one way to qualify naturally, though the standings for PMSL Americas by the end of the day is going to be truly instrumental in who moves forward and who, unfortunately, is going to be staying home. We've covered Alpha 7. We've covered Wolves. We've covered PMGC points. The question is, though, are there some bubble teams that we've been focused on who can make an impact in today's competition? And, Dave, I think there very much are. Even though there's a 30 or so point gap between 3rd and 2nd place, Influence Rage are knocking on a door along with the other rosters on this list.
Yeah, Influence Rage, definitely the closest team with the highest chance of being one of these bubble teams that we'll definitely have to keep our eye on here today. But I'm going to the opposite. I'm going to the bottom of the bubble here, and I'm sticking with Enigma's pick, day number 1, the most North America squad you can get that's not from North America, Maryland Esports out here. You got SQ, SMB. They've had some really good shots here the last couple days, and overall, they want 6 games. All right, I'm sticking with the theory that some teams, they not only want 6 games, they need 6 games to have that dream continue to survive out here. But if we make it to Miramar, there is a small chance that Maryland, depending on their performance here, they could possibly be punching that ticket. But it really comes down to, I think, game number 1, Rondo. We only need, 171? That's that smash point threshold, right? So in Rondo, the Wolves, all they need is 10 points to already get that, and then after, a win in the next game. So there's a lot on the line, and a lot of people are going to be looking at the Wolves here, game number 1. And I'm going back to my theory that we said yesterday, and Jukes, you kind of were talking about too. These bottom teams, go hot drop the Wolves. Go fight the Wolves. Go take out the Wolves, because once when the Wolves hit that threshold, it's a GG, man, because they're going to get a win here today.
Yeah, dude, that's the most crazy thing about this leaderboard right now is there's so many teams that know, like, there's just no way we're going to make it, right? And that makes them a big threat, I think, for those teams that are desperately hunting down eliminations, because when you got nothing to lose, instead of, finishing a fight, maybe you just decide to stand and thirst the player and ruin some dreams in the process, right? So it's going to be a crazy day, right? I think that we talked about there's so many different ways to qualify, but what are these teams at the bottom going to do, right? I mean, you got to pat that resume one way, one how, and you can only do that with eliminations, maybe.
That's right. Eliminations, they matter for sure, and especially on Rondo, this is where you get the bulk of your points. If you're Wolves, naturally, you want to pass the threshold, which is now 171. Now, if you are Alpha 7, you naturally want to reach that threshold. Very doable. They're at 144 currently. They can pull it off in Game 1 on Rondo. Make sure you get your Amazon gift cards. We don't know how many games we have today. We know we have a maximum of 6. We could have a minimum of 2 if Wolves can close it out on Rondo, and also they close it out on Ariel coming up. So make sure you're paying attention and profiting, most importantly, on the Amazon gift cards. It's Rondo map number 1. Respawns are available. It's changed competitive in a big way when it comes to PUBG Mobile. It's been fun watching the teams adjust accordingly. I can't wait to see how this one's going to end up unfolding. We have a ton of talented rosters here, and once again, just to remind each and every one of you out there, this is Smash Point format. What does that mean? Well, there is a threshold that was set yesterday by Wolves. They reached a total of 161 points. We add 10 points on top of that going into today's competition. So the threshold for Smash Point is 171. When that threshold is either met or exceeded, you now are eligible to close out the tournament. But to do so, you need to win the next game or a game after you reaching Smash Point. So once you reach 171 or 171 plus, you win the next game, or a game after that, you close out the tournament. Whether that's 3 maps, 4 maps, 5 maps, 6 maps, we'll find out what it's going to be. But standings still matter. You want to make sure you're playing for all the points you possibly can. PB, what are we looking at? Where are we dropping?
I'm staring right at the middle of the map at the Wolves right now because, Taylor, quite frankly, with the respawn mechanic on Rondo, which has been so exciting, honestly, all tournament long, I've been really, really liking this map and the dynamics that it's introduced. I don't see, based on the Wolves' performances so far, how they don't hit 10 points this game. They're averaging like 9 eliminations. Just right there's 9 points, right? And if they finish in the top 8, there's another rank point. So again, they have been consistently in the top 3, if not winning Rondo, a good chunk of the time. So I've got my eyes firmly on the Wolves here to get past that Smash Point threshold. But we also have to watch Alpha 7 because a big point game is certainly possible here.
Yeah, big point game is definitely possible, and for Wolves especially being over in Neox Factory, this is an area they love to go to. They're uncontested at the moment, which, to be fair, they probably wanted to be contested off the rip, especially with the respawns, but with them already being in zone, I think they're in a wonderful spot. But for rosters trying to catch up to top 2, Influence Rage is one of them, and we have Influence Rage embroiled in a fight currently against Resilience. This is going to be a fun one to see, and one that Influence Rage needs to win, Hot Shoes.
Yes, sir, indeed. Influence Rage needs to go crazy here. They want to get that 30-point mark, pass up Alpha 7, and just lock it in. So that way they don't got to worry about a single thing here. That Smash Point rule, man, it can really shake things up. Well, we can watch them right now. They're trying to soak up some of those early eliminations. Diego, up close and personal. He's got the S12K, but so does Resilient. Oh, gets a nice knock. One gets the double. Perfect start for Influence Rage here, Dave.
Yeah, and that was a 2 versus 2 as well because Federal and Law were over there to get back to that because the team desperately on the hunt here today, looking for a miracle from North America is going to be our boys from Xforce catching Tonka in a 1v3. They really wanted that elimination. My dudes just stormed that building here, Reflections. But hey, yeah. 1 point for NA, baby.
Let's go, Xforce. Hey, it's a come up, is it not? It's a come up, 1 point at a time. Who said it a while ago? Baby steps. Dave, was that you with the baby steps?
All day, dude.
Baby steps.
All day,
okay?
man.
Just baby step, 1
baby
point at a time.
That was day 1, to be fair. But hey, baby steps, sure, man, sure.
Hey, Xforce got baby steps on the final day.
Baby steps.
That's right, dude. I like it. I like it. Okay, Loops, opposite of VIP. PB, another roster that's exciting to talk about, just like Influence Rage 9Z. Being top 5, there is a chance if they can maintain where they're currently at, and everything falls as it does. This is another roster that very well is qualifying for PMGC.
Are we talking about Loops here?
That's correct.
Yeah, Loops is prime, man, and this is a team that, honestly, I kind of hope they go. I mean, it might be at the detriment of another squad that's very deserving, but yeah, this is a squad that's delivered all tournament long. Jukes, what you got?
I saw that EMP getting blasted off. You got Zobman on the low ground. That's very different for him. Batman up high. Let's see what the team could do on the push here. Uh-oh, Loops. They need to hold on to that spot. They get a nice knock there off the start. VIP hasn't been able to get it going all tournament long here. So if you're able to get a thirst and realize who you're going against, I know Loops is going to push this super hard. So guys, real quick, when it comes to this who's going to qualify, who isn't situation, right? If the PMGC points stay as is, right? That means Wolves, Alpha 7, and 9Z are pushing forward, right?
Yep.
That means the next 2 top teams on this leaderboard here are moving on. That would be Influence, Rage, and Loops, right, Taylor?
Correct. Yeah, Influence, Rage, and Loops, which is why I'm saying they need to maintain top 5 for sure, but keep going.
Yeah, so that means that, I mean, for every team below Loops, it's a hunt for 5th place at a minimum, right?
Yeah.
And Maryland is so close. iNCO are there. I mean, you can go all the way down to, if it goes to 6 games, right? Pretty far down on the leaderboards if they go crazy. So let's see how they start.
Yeah. And that's all I was saying for Maryland. Like, it's so impactful. You look at the PMGC points, they missed out on spring, but naturally they're gaining it on fall as they're in a competition here. Maryland coming in for the first time at PMSL has a very real chance to qualify. They're very, very close. They just have to lock it in. But Loops is putting up a good argument that Maryland is staying down in 6th place. They're fighting against VIP. And you brought up a great point, Jukes. It was like, okay, you see them in the elimination feed. You know who you're going against. Maybe you get a little more pep in your step. That's VIP. They're at the bottom. They've got 19 total points. Come on, we're pushing them where Loops were a better roster. And they did exactly that. And for Maryland, well, they seem to be getting into a fight themselves. They've already lost 1 player, Dave. So for Maryland, they also have to be careful. There is a chance they can qualify, but with Loops playing this well already, I don't know. The pressure's on.
Yeah, I love the storylines. I'm drawing the line at Maryland just based on what we saw the last 2 days, but you never know. Whoever pops off here in Rondo will definitely be setting themselves up for success here. SMB from the high ground got the M4 3 times, just beaming them down. Rose of War going to be losing 2 members just like that, but they do have the ability to get that recall tower. Blue Zone, Papa Blue is going to be closing on in down in the south, so it's going to be applying some pressure to the duo from Rose of War to rotate. But over here, Xforce looking for some more eliminations. They're currently sitting on 3. That's going to be Rattaboy in the stairwell, making a push down, and Klaus taking them out, Hot Jukes.
That fake pin pull by Klaus, I love it. He pulled that pin, gave that other player false confidence, put that pin right back in, busted out that shotgun, and got the knock. These are the kind of plays Xforce needs to be doing, right? I mean, we heard it before from Fate himself saying there's nothing wrong with trying hard, right? And I want to see these guys just put it all on the line here, right? I mean, they are so far away from that 5th place marker. I mean, they need 60 points, right? But there's only one way to get it. That's with eliminations and not getting knocked by Maryland.
Maryland are locked in, dude.
They are. That was a tough beam right there from Faye, getting just absolutely lasered by Maryland from the top of that building. But man, oh man, you know, boys, I look at this as a good old-fashioned dog race right now. The rabbit on the rail for me is Influence Rage. This is a team that is right now, 20 some odd points back out of 2nd place. We started this game with them 28 points back in this tournament. They are only 27 points back of Alpha 7 in the PMGC standings. So if they catch them here in this tournament, well, they caught them in the other standings as well. That's a really interesting fact because it's basically those 2 teams right now that are positioned to move on. So everyone behind them in the Brazilian region, looking at Loops in particular, Maryland in particular, they have to catch Influence Rage. And that, for me, is the big storyline here that we're watching. They're currently at 119, so some of these teams have their work cut out for them, Taylor.
Yes, they do. And I want to point out, by the way, naturally the teams have been developing their own strats when it comes to Rondo and the respawns. Love what Wolves is doing. They leave Baton back at Neox, which is going to have a respawn beacon. They send the other 3 out to get center control, but more importantly, potentially track down easy eliminations. You think they're only 10 points away from the threshold. Now actually a little bit, no, excuse me, still 10 points away. They haven't got any eliminations just yet. So them picking up easy elims, every pickup is going to be big, right? Putting them closer to the threshold, having an opportunity to close this out in 2, which is what they did during Titan Series. This is going to be a learning experience, I think, for a lot of different rosters. Who's going to be your anchor player? Who do you trust to hold down the grounds while the other teammates go out there and try and slay out? In this case, it's Baton for Wolves. For Maryland, however, they've been in blue for quite some time, and Xforce has been a serious contender They're currently, what, at 2 eliminations, I think? But every fight they get into, they're successful. And in this case, they will also be successful. And I believe Klaus, let me double check. I think Klaus has picked up he's picked up 3 eliminations for himself. The others managed to pick up 3, so they're at 6. Who called out Xforce at the start of the day? Or was that before the show started? We were like, does Xforce have a chance?
Yeah. I mean, listen. That was a gamble. All right, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna put my name on that one, but it was a gamble. All right, and honestly, if they can get like a winner chicken dinner right now with maybe like 20 elims, then I'm like, yeah, all day. But the fact is here, Hot Jukes and Power Bang, I'm gonna go with you, Power Bang. I think it's just a little too late, man. It's just too much, too late. Like if we'd have seen this from them the last 2 days, they would have been top 5 easily because they're slaying out right now. I mean, there's no denying it. They are slaying out. Their team fights are looking good. But I think it goes back to it is day 3 and they're playing with nothing to lose. So that mentality is pretty much allowing them to play loose out here tonight.
They crushed it at the end of league phase, right? Like they were awful for the first first league phase and then kind of moving to the second. Like where are these guys? And then all of a sudden, 3 or 4 games in a row, they finish in the top 3, having not been there the entire tournament. So they have it in them. They just got to work on that consistency. I love what I'm seeing here from them at the start of this game. And with Klaus on the roster now, they certainly have it. But I mean, to put their gap in perspective, they are 100 points behind the leader right now in Wolves. So, I mean, if you have your average chicken dinner, 20 points or so, 10 eliminations plus the chicken dinner, they still don't close that gap with 5 chicken dinners in a row. So, I mean, I don't know. And that's with the other team scoring no points. I mean, the Wolves are going to put up some points today.
What about top 5?
I mean, what do you get for top 5? Maybe some extra money, right?
Well, but you also get a chance, given how PMGC points are working out, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't know,
Taylor. They're what, 140 behind
Taylor,
in PMGC.
Put his name on
I did not know you at the
stamp of approval. Clip it and
I'm
ship
the what if guy.
It's in the mail already, man.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I agree. I think it's going to be. I don't think I should count out Force yet. And at least I'm not, right? And the reason why is because there's a few things going for them, right? The fact that the Wolves have so many points ahead, it kind of really puts every other team on the back foot of reaching that smash point, right? It's really only Alpha 7 I think they can actually hit it. So as long as Wolves don't get those 10 points for a while, that's going to extend this tournament a little bit longer. If Xforce put up 20 points here in this game, that'll put them up to 86. If they get another chicken dinner, that'll put them real close up to Loops. And honestly, if you're Xforce, that's who you're hunting down, right? It's kind of a really odd way to qualify, but if you can get that done, I mean, you gotta go for it, right?
This is coming from the guy that said we're done in 2 games, though, man. Come on. You said we're done in 2 games,
I want it to be done in 2,
dude.
okay? I want it. I want to see the Wolves crush it with Smash Point, right? But when I see another USA flag all the way down there, I gotta give them some hope. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit. Just a little bit, Dave.
All right, I respect it, man. I'll put all my hope that I've been doing every day here before the show into Maryland. That's where my hope's going right now. So, Maryland pulling up to Loops right now. Goy Boy going to be connected on, traded on out here. Not looking too good right now, PB.
Hey, that Hope's kicking butt right now. Kicked off the fight with a quick knock, and nades are
Huge
coming
fight.
in. Sanab sees it just in time, but it catches someone else. And so Maryland on the ropes right now. They got 2 players left up, but one is way out in the distance, and he's the only one that's left alive for the squad. He's going to have to retreat to go get that recall tower. Boy, oh boy, Maryland, they got to turn things around because this is a squad, different from Xforce. They're actually in the mix, right? They're closing in on 100 points right now. They need this game. They have a legit shot to move on, but they are one of the squads that have to catch Influence Rage here. And Rondo's a good place to put up a ton of points, Taylor.
Yeah, it is. The good news is they're already at 3 eliminations. The bad news is, though, with the circle being as close as it is now, Lynn might be able to get the recalls, but I mean, where are they going to land? You're going to land on Lynn. You got 9Z who's now all around you. You can't really go to any safe POI because they're all locked in by Alpha 7, Wolves, TL. So regaining as the game goes on is incredibly difficult because of the just amount of real estate, right? That's locked down by all the other rosters. So I think Lynn's going to be in a tough spot here. And in fact, we see him just healing off and he's probably going to just deny a point. So I think for Maryland Esports, if they go out here this early, they're leaving leaving a lot on the table, and especially because it was Loops who was able to dismantle them, the team that is right above them. Maryland in a tough spot. They are officially out with only 3 total eliminations. That's 3 points with Loops still alive. Yeah, Maryland, their job just got even more difficult moving forward.
It's the
Tough
worst.
one there.
Fumble. Yeah.
Did you guys see that map? How much
Oh, yeah.
control both Wolves and Alpha 7 are exerting in the central and northern parts of the zone. Yes, intense game is there. Yes, you got Team Liquid moving in, but Team Liquid got one mode down by the Wolves for their first point. Wolves are on the board, but they also have the best position right now, so look for them to shoot up here shortly. But now, we turn our attention to some other contenders. This is a big fight. Loops, 9Z. 9Z comes with the knock on Neil Zada and turns around. They're flipping the script right now on these boys. Rafinha not in a position to support Heat. They live to fight another day, at least for now. The question is, that I have, Hot Jukes, is are there any recall towers even in a position where they're accessible? The zone is super small, and they are gone. Resilience out of nowhere. Cardi coming up with a C-switch knock to finish off Loops.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Those teams at the bottom of the leaderboards, they got nothing to lose at this point, so they hear shots, they're just gonna drive right towards it. And unfortunately for Rafinha, not able to even get a chance at a recall tower. But now we're watching Team Liquid, a team that now is in 7th place. They're trying to surpass Loops here. They just saw them go out, but they're getting shredded by intense game. And now you got Wolves hearing these shots for the third party. It is not looking good for both of these teams here, Dave.
Man, resilience just coming out of nowhere. But that is great news for Maryland. All right, Maryland just went out. Loops getting taken out with 60 limbs. So that kind of keeps Maryland with their skin in the game here and moving forward. But for resilience, I got my eye on resilience, man. The wrecking ball, they can really do whatever they want here on this map. Like you said, Jukes, they hear something, they can go chase it down. But looking at the play zone, looking at who's in some type of hard cover, Influence, Rage, they are big chilling down there in the south. So we'll have to keep tabs on them. We got Alpha 7 and Xforce over here on this east side, and then the Wolves and IG in the north here, Reflection. So a lot of our big names are squaring up here shortly with some opponents.
That's right. And by the way, just to kind of, put a conclusion on the discussion that I was bringing up, between Maryland and Loops. Loops dying as early as they did is a blessing for Maryland. It puts them that much closer to catching up. And 9Z, Influence, Rage, they're going to continue to do what they do. But for Maryland to catch up to Loops, now it's a bit more realistic than it would have been if Loops would have still been alive. Alpha 7, though, still active on the map against Xforce. And Guazal's been outputting a ton of damage. Even though he falls here, he should be decently okay. Revel's going to take over the bridge. Alpha 7 starting to wake up, looking pretty decent. 3 eliminations at the moment. Wolves only at 2. I don't know. With Wolves and IG being close to each other, I think this might be a good opportunity for Wolves to hold down what they got. The zone's about to shift, PB, and if it does shift to the way of Wolves, IG might run straight into them.
I agree. That fortress that Influence Rage has down south is impenetrable. I was just going to say, if they get a hard shift, look for them to have the best position, and it looks like they do. Wolves now have to move, but the good thing is they can gatekeep Intense Game, who's just north of them. Alpha 7 still have a bit of control on that northeastern side as well, so things about to get spicy for sure. So I'm very interested to see if these guys can actually get those eliminations up north before having to rotate in. But this is about to get real spicy, and Xforce on their last leg right now. Alpha 7 putting out all kinds of pressure.
A lot of pressure indeed. Alpha 7, though, pins potentially between a couple of rosters. Mainly being Xforce, Wolves off at a distance. They should be fine. Alpha 7, they've been known to move quickly, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Potentially over towards Royals of War, but they want to get the finish and the cleanups on Xforce first before they focus on Royals of War. But this might be going a bit south. Guazal's down once again. Xforce is finished off, but Royals of War heard the shots. The question is, Jukes, do they decide to push up towards them? I don't think so.
I think you got to at this point. If you're Royals of War, you saw Loops go out, right? I mean, they already have 6 eliminations. If you want to try to catch that 5th place spot, you need a ton of points. So you're at that stage where, I mean, you think about survivability versus a crazy amount of points. You need those crazy points here and now, because Wolves are still in this game. They could end this tournament in the next game, right? Possibly. So if you are Royals of War, I think you gotta go crazy. Take advantage right here, right now.
Take advantage. IG on the run. Wolves on the hunt. Silence desperately trying to get away despite taking a little bit of damage. He manages to do so. We transfer over to Royals of War versus Resilience, and Demonor puts up a good effort but ends up falling. Victix with the off angle surely gets to cleanups, and he will, saving the day for Royals of War. I say that. Hold up. Alpha 7 rolls in deep, and Victix will fall, and therefore Royals of War's run on Rondo Map 1 is cut short, PB.
We got Rolls rotating over to Intense Game away from Alpha 7, so it will delay that fight a little bit. iNCO just on the inside of this circle. Short-handed, but going to try to defend here. We'll see who Wolves discover first. It looks like it's going to be Intense Game here. This is a big fight because if the Wolves go out, Alpha 7 is hard charging right now with momentum. They've already put 6 points up on the board, and the Wolves have one knocked. It is Baton. Look for Higors here to make a play, but Hafa on top of this hill. He's got good sight lines, and he sees that member crawling behind, and now the Wolves are on the rope with that huge off-angle flanker. Dave, look at Silence working those angles.
Silence has got some beautiful angles. I'm looking at Alpha 7. They might actually be the first team to hit Smash Point because we're looking at Wolves. They're currently getting beat up. They only got 2 elim points. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 are being extremely proactive out there on that east side. So Silence, 6 grenades, 1 Molotov, my dude. Pushing up, going to be predicting an enemy behind that boulder. I do like the positioning right there, but IG, they got the shoreline, they got the cover to work with. If they do receive some shots, they can just dip back down into their cover. So Doran hitting the dirt, getting those heals up. iNCO, Big Chone, at least the duo, not really making a move, not really third partying this right now. Hot Jukes pretty much allowing both teams to get a slight reset here, but we still got IG on the high ground. There's a nice grenade onto Coops right there, leaving just Dorn, the one-man wrecking ball, and he's out of here.
Huge.
We're not going 2 games.
Yep, you got it's not going 2 games after all. Wolves are not able to reach that smash point. They're gonna have to wait another match in order to do so. And for Intense Game, this is what I wanted to see from them because they have a 5% chance, I'd say a 1% chance actually, of moving forward and catching loops at this point. But if you want to have any chance, you had to take out Wolves right then and there. So I love PB that they got extra aggressive and made sure to extend this tournament just a little bit longer.
That's what you got to do in these big time situations, right? The final day of PMSL America's Grand Finals. You got to deliver when it's all on the line, and they're doing just that. 9Z goes out as well. The interesting thing for me is we got 2 clear favorites in the lobby. That's the Wolves, that's Alpha 7. Alpha 7 seems to be doing the part that they need to do to try to approach that smash point threshold. And then we had all of the contenders, right? Those on the bubble trying to get on that come up and make it to the top of the tables. The only one right now delivering in a big way is Influence Rage. Everyone else basically has been eliminated at this point, so Influence Rage still kind of sniffing victory, and they've got that impenetrable fortress that's still partially in zone down south, Taylor.
That's right. That fortress, they're hanging out in it. They managed to pick up 7 eliminations from that position. When did they move? Well, as of now, they don't have to. My eyes, however, has to be on Alpha 7. With Wolves dropping off, this opens the door wide for Alpha 7 to steal this championship away, which I gotta add a feeling they would. Wolves, I questioned their ability to close out today. It's still very, very, very early, but you go back to spring season, and they fell short, and they just were able to bring their A game going into that final map on Miramar, and because of that, they go to a shed, they end up dying, they were scared to make some play calls, and I hope the nerves aren't hitting them once again. Obviously, again, very, very early, but for Alpha 7, they have the experience to close out tournaments like this, and you could even argue Influence Rage too, so 2 very, very talented rosters who now have the door wide open for them to catch up, and it starts with Federal in this fight, right? Federal's been doing decently well along with this roster. We're talking 530 damage. This man has been on fire. And with Influence Rage now finally starting to move potentially out of this fortress, the question is, can anybody penetrate it? I don't think so. We focus on Alpha 7 here, Hot Jukes, and it's Alpha 7 versus iNCO. If they can pull, I think, 8 more eliminations, I believe they reached a threshold on top of Winner Chicken Dinner. So it's still possible for them to reach the Smash Point threshold. However, they need to get every elimination possible.
Oh, there's one right there. You got Nenebete knocked. Here comes another nade on towards McGrellin. iNCO are just completely stuck. Wow, look at that. Off angle. The little boy said, I'll take that. And Alpha 7, Influence Rage tied for points as far as eliminations right now. And this is exactly what Influence Rage was trying to do, right? Like, let's just put up consistent points, make sure that we stay up on top of the tables, don't get surpassed by any reason.
Bro,
Leon, yeah, is going to catch one of them there.
For their money, Federal is going to be knocked out. We do see some shots getting rung out from Alpha 7, just trying to pepper them, trying to third party that one. But Obscure was also knocked in the mix. So we got Alpha 7 in the play zone behind their deployable covers. They got some vehicles to work with. Everybody is alive. Everybody is healthy here. And like you guys were saying, Influence Rage, 9 elims. Tense game, 9. Alpha 7 looking to make that 9. Currently sitting on 8 right now. Gonna be tough here for INF to push out now their fortress, in my opinion here, guys.
How about that rat job by Leon from straight out of Nepal? He just hung out 1v4 up against Influence Rage for the longest time, and it actually made it to where Influence Rage could not push out and gain position, and now they're suffering because of it. They were too slow to move and really kind of get out of that compound, and now Alpha 7's got them pretty well pinned down. They do have smokes in their favor, but they have gotten back to full strength. This is coming down to really 3 teams. You've got Intense Games still kind of chilling up on that northwest, and then you've got 2 full-strength squads with Alpha 7 and Influence Rage, and both of them with loads of momentum to go into these final circles. We've got Stage 7. Hate goes out, and it's remarkable that Hate is always the last member standing of that United 4 Gaming squad. But now we're into it with trades. Alpha 7 versus Influence Rage. It's popped off. It's a 3v3v3 at this point. I don't know who takes this one, Hot Jukes. You got any picks?
Oh, I think it's Alpha 7 all day
7.
long. These guys are just way too strong with that position. Intense game, I think that they timed this right. They could definitely mix things up. But you got Alpha 7. Look at that. Look how much coverage they have here, Dave. Was that
Alpha
especially getting that knock up there?
Especially with Intense Game, within grenade range, you know, Intense Game, once when they start landing that mini red zone fire off over there. Alpha 7, they also have like a slight little hillside that they can work with their deployable cover. So they are big chilling right now. So really, this is the fight that's gonna decide who wins this. If Intense Game and INF get into a clash, we've seen multiple times Alpha 7, they know how to third party in end zones like this here. Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, and now you got Influence Rage down to just a couple. Intense Game are gonna get some good angles on him here in a second. I don't see Alpha 7 losing this at all. I mean, and
so do they're
going to put up some crazy points. Yeah, if they don't hit it here, they're going to hit it in the next game. That's for sure, Taylor.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Alpha 7 are hitting in the next game for sure. That should put Wolves on high alert. I still think we got to give Federal and Diego, though, a fighting chance, given where they're currently at. They've got the compound. Like, I think they're still pretty strong in this moment, but Alpha 7 getting the 2 picks on Influence Rage definitely helped for sure. Either way, if the game ended right now, I mean, Alpha 7's got to be happy. Intense Game have to be very happy. Influence Rage have to be happy. This is a solid start to the final day of Grand Finals for all rosters. Revel down. Petrino gets some beautiful shots. This could put Alpha 7 on high alert. Now the nades will start rolling in, and we've got Alpha 7 tightly compacted, especially for the revive. So you got to be careful if you're Revel, if you're Carrillo. And the damage is starting to tick. Carrillo can't get the pickup, but as IG is forced to back away, this gives an opportunity for Alpha 7 to fully reset, which they will. That was an opportunity for IG. The nades unfortunately fell a little bit short. Alpha 7 back in the driver's seat, PB.
For now, we'll see what happens, boys. We might go 2 games again. We'll see what happens here with Alpha 7. But, oh my goodness, they are really showing that they want it. It has been a really impressive start to the final day here for Alpha 7. They put up big eliminations so far, already sitting on 10. But that is matched by Influence Rage as they fall down to 1 member. Federal going to try to hide this one out as long as possible. But Guizhou is like, nah, man, we're going to find you out on that flank. Intense Game moves up their position. And this one looks like it just too much to work with here for Alpha 7. That ridgeline running, they can move laterally. You can't really pinpoint their position. It's going to be real difficult to play whack-a-mole here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, it is. Right now, you can see Alpha 7 starting to put the clamps on all these guys. This is the final circle, folks. The zone is closing. Taylor's prediction yesterday is going to come true. We're going to Erangel, baby. We're going to see one. That's for sure. Let's just see if Alpha 7 are going to get the chicken dinner here on Rondo. And, of course,
P90.
give them the P90. They needed it so bad here, Dave.
They needed it. Federals, and my dude dug his grave over there, but he's going to be popping up with the MG3, getting some shots in before Revo, mowing them down. Now here comes Alpha 7. They got the whole squad alive. They're going to start to chuck their utility, their grenades, their Molotovs. Look for these picks. There it is, one after another here, Reflections. This is it, man. Alpha 7 are getting this win, man.
Yeah, I think they are, brother. That is a crazy sight, and they're still coming on in. Portable covers for what, IG? It doesn't matter. Boom. Alpha 7 on top with 14 eliminations. What a start to their day, PB.
Yo, I thought they took red zones out of competitive play. That was clearly a red zone if I've ever seen one. Alpha 7 bringing the grenades to a explosive finish there. And explosive is exactly what that was, because they put up a massive amount of eliminations. I'm counting at least like 14 coming in from Alpha 7. To combine that with 10, oh boy, they're going to be close. Remember, they started the day, they were 17 points behind our first place leader in Wolves. And I think that performance right there, it may or may not hit smash point. We'll do the math here shortly. But I think it's enough to catch Wolves and potentially we might have a new tournament leader, Taylor.
Yeah, that's the fact, right? I think it was enough to catch Wolves. I don't think it was enough to reach Smash Point, but it's definitely enough to put the pressure on not only Wolves, but the other rosters. You have to favor and respect Alpha 7 and also favor and respect their ability to close out tournaments, Dave. So for Alpha 7 at this point in time, getting that close to Smash Point has to have everyone else sweating.
Yeah, and we heard in the interview yesterday, I forget who it was, but somebody from Alpha 7, they said they were just looking for that one chicken. They got that chicken, and after that, it was a done deal. That one chicken just kind of started the steamroll here, and then they got another win yesterday. So to come into today and get the first winner chicken dinner of the evening, Alpha 7, they're a team, they thrive on momentum. So there's nothing else you can ask for when it comes to trying to get your day kick-started. 14 elims. Guizal had 7 of those. Revo with 4. Obscure with 3. They're just locking it down here, guys. So I wouldn't be surprised if Alpha 7 get another win here in the next game. I'm telling you, especially with the Wolves. That's going to be my main takeaway. How do the Wolves bounce back? Do they let this poor performance kind of get into their mental game here, Hot Jukes?
That's the question. You know what's so funny is that we saw Alpha 7 during the round 2 of league stage didn't do too crazy, right? And we saw Rebel just say, I'm not putting a lot of energy into this phase, right? Well, dude, these guys went nuts here in the finals. Last day, first game, chicken dinner with a ton of eliminations, PB. What more could you ask for?
I don't know, man. One thing that I am thinking about, got a question for you guys. What map did Alpha 7 pick up their chicken dinner on yesterday?
Gotcha. It was on Erangel, map 4.
Yeah. Yep. It was. What do we play next?
Erangel, map 2.
Yeah, okay. Just checking. And I got one more question real quick. Alpha 7 won a game yesterday. It was on Erangel. The next game, what happened in that game?
They got second place on Miramar.
No, they
Wolves.
won. Back to back, baby.
They won back to back.
Oh, they won?
Yeah.
They won. Back to back.
Oh,
so,
shoot.
Maybe we have a repeat of yesterday and the tournament's over. I don't know. Well, they got to get to Smash Point, so we'll see if they get there. But Alpha 7 off to a hot start. That's all I got. I rest my case.
You know what? You're right. They did win. Wrote that down. I think I wrote it down before they officially won, and they took the game from Wolves. Very well done. Okay. Again, everybody's sweating, dude. Not only us, but also the competition, because Alpha 7, they could very well be on top. We're going to have to find out after the break. We'll bring up the leaderboard, but already a great start for Alpha 7. For the other rosters, desperately trying to catch up. Good luck. Top 5 is truly the goal, but top 2 is where we're going to be focused on. We got a great team on site doing beautiful interviews. Kaya, sometimes Wancho. This time, though, it was Sarpatch, but a chance to catch up with Wolves, 9Z, and Alpha 7.
Are leading in the PMGC points for Latin America, but you guys are looking for the championship. Do you think you have a chance to get to top 2 or maybe the championship?
El día está difícil, es un día que me deja con intriga, más no imposible, podemos jugar bien y quedar en el top de la tabla hasta sacar el campeonato. No está imposible y creo que podemos ir por ello.
It's going to be a tough day, an intriguing day, but something can happen for us to get to the top of the table. It's not impossible, and we're going to go for it. All right, here we are with the new coach of Alpha 7. it feels like you got momentum from yesterday. Do you feel you got that carrying for today?
Yes, especially because I was already in the other side, you know, I mean, outside of Alpha 7, and I was thinking, oh, no way they can. And I was like top one, and they beat me in the end, you know, so they have a great mindset, great mentality, and yeah, I guess three matches.
That's the other question. So you think you can take it on 3 matches? 2 matches is gonna be hard. 3 matches probably.
Yeah, that's our goal. This is what we think. 3 matches most likely.
Are you looking to finish the final in just 2 matches?
Yes, we hope in 2 games, so we go back home early, so we don't get tired, you know, think too much. Yeah.
Do you think Alpha 7 has a chance to like cut the lead that you have?
Yeah, it's possible if they have like a very good day, but we will not make it easy for them. Like we already gone like too far on it. We have the same point as the first place from the last split, just like after 12 games, and we are ready to go as far as it takes to win.
World unknown, who will rise or fall? I raise my shield to stay alive, but the hurt still rain down from the sky. Now I got a tattered soul, but still I fight. Through jungles race, left foes behind, yet through misshapes still stalk my mind. My perfect form fears tired march, but nothing stops my forward sparks. To life, I risk it all, but stupid fate may call. To life, I risk it all, no surprise can block my will to rise. To life, I'll risk it all.
Okay.
Time to dig in.
Hold on!
Oh, you want a photo? I got you.
No, to the right. Oh, no, left.
Left, like here?
A little bit lower.
Victory
Yes!
belongs
We've
to
got
us.
this!
What are you doing?
It's Crazy Chicken Day! Play PUBG Mobile together! Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes!
Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the Grand Finals for PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Powerbang, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave. Game 1 has concluded. Alpha 7 made some great headway to closing the gap between themselves and the Wolves. But was it enough to overtake them? Well, I think so. It might have been. I mean, Guazao, who is now in the running for, I believe, in first place for MVP race PB, picks up 7 eliminations, 800 damage.
Pretty good observation there, Taylor. I think he might be in the running now, and I also think at least he might be in the running for the MVP of this game. There was a lot of standout players, but honestly, none probably more impactful than Guazao, holding those off angles, making sure those edges stayed safe for Alpha 7, and ultimately putting too much pressure onto Influence Rage. So let's check out the match stats here and see just exactly how things ended up as far as points go. And interestingly enough, Wolves, while despite averaging like 9 eliminations on this map, they only pick up 3 total points here. And this is a big falling short, at least to kick off the day, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. Man, we just heard some interviews a little bit earlier on. Wolves said they weren't going to make it easy for Alpha 7. Well, you didn't really get much of a chance, right? It was just right off the rip, Alpha 7 going crazy. That was huge. It was a big game for Intense Game, too. 17 points on the board is so solid if they're trying to make that dream run for that, consolation prize golden ticket here, Dave.
Yep.
So it's good to see that happen, and I just can't wait to see what Alpha 7 is going to do here today. It's pretty wild to see.
We heard in the interview, though, they're looking to close this out in 3 games. So Alpha 7, they got some reservations. You know what I'm saying? They're out here taking everybody out to the finest Italian restaurant tonight. So listen, 3 games. When they say they got plans, they got plans. But shout out to the Xforce. My grandma on the break texted me, said, hey, I like the Xforce squad. They were popping off. Her and all her homegirls gonna be cheering for them here today. So a limb with 3 limbs, Klaus with 3, looking pretty good to kickstart their evening. So we'll have to see what happens. But match recap here, Reflections.
Yeah, match recap. It's Alpha 7, right? Picking up the winner chicken dinner as well as the most eliminations. Shout out to Intense Game, though. I mean, the most damage done outside of Influence Rage. Intense Game, waking up, maybe a little bit too late, but it's better late than never. And for Intense Game, they have a chance to potentially catch on up to maybe top 5. That's going to be the go. Guizhou, MVP, we said it. There was no one else. Who else could it be, right? 7 eliminations, 800 damage. Guizhou has been stellar for Alpha 7. He's the newest pickup. He joins this roster. A lot of expectations on his shoulders, and he has delivered in every single aspect. So happy to see Guizhou playing as well as he is, not only in the slaying category, but also clutching up when needed. He's definitely putting in the work. Now, the big question is, though, was it enough? With Guizhou, Alpha 7, did they overtake the Wolves in the top? And yes, they were able to. They fall just short of the threshold, which is 171. PB, there's no doubt that they reach it in the next game.
Man, the only thing that stops them is they somehow, some way lose a hot drop, right? Because this is a squad that just chips away. They've been so consistent all tournament long. So have the Wolves, though, to be fair. Both of these 2 teams have just been crushing it literally every single game. So I expect both of them to cross over that smash point threshold this game. And if we do, this could be truly a race to the finish line. Alpha 7 has promised us they'll get it done in 3 games. We'll say they aren't going to make it easy. And I'm wondering, thinking back to last game, hindsight being 2020, what if Alpha 7 had taken on, what if the Wolves had taken on Alpha 7 instead of choosing that fight with Intense Game? They could have rotated the other way and potentially gotten Alpha 7's way, but instead it comes back to bite them. A7 just rolls, wins the entire lobby, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, they enroll the lobby they did, man. 24 points is insane. I mean, I thought the Wolves lead was going to be so difficult to pass, but Alpha 7 did it in just one dang game. Now, looking at Intense Game, actually, right? They had a good, solid match there. They put themselves up to 9th place with 81 points. Like we was talking about earlier, like when it comes to the PMGC points, top 2 moving on. Right now, that cutoff, or I think a lot of teams are looking at, is Loops, right? In 5th place. They have 111 right now. Intense Game, if they win this next match, somehow put up 20 points, they could definitely make something happen here, right? So it's not over for so many of these squads. These mid-pack teams are on the hot seat big time here, Dave.
Yeah, match point, though, smash point definitely going to be met here in game number 2, right? 171. We got Alpha 7 at 168 and the Wolves at 164. And then after that, either or of those squads, they just need to win, right? So this could be done in 3 games. So looking at Intense Game, looking at Influence Rage, looking at Maryland, they really need to continue that performance that we saw from them here in game number 1 and just try to chip away as fast as possible, because this tournament after this next game can be done at any moment here, Reflections.
Definitely could be. We look at our top teams for iNCO. Nice to see Loops there. But also, if you're a Maryland fan, it's tough to see Loops there, right? Because Maryland is very close to catching up to Loops in 5th place. But They're also relatively far away depending on how this next Erangel goes. And if Alpha 7 stays true to their word, they close it out in 3. They're just mere points away from passing the threshold, setting themselves up nicely for a Game 3 win to close out the tournament. So for everyone who's on the bubble, Loops, Influence, Rage, right? 9Z potentially, it's time to step it up, time to get to work on a map that you've been incredibly, incredibly talented on. Hey, Erangel, it's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait to see how it's going to end up unfolding. PB Wolves, man, they've got to step it up, though. They just fell short. They don't want to fall short again.
They will. They've got to go up against a really strong Alpha 7 squad. I'm very excited to see what exactly they have to say. Man, I can't see a world where somebody doesn't cross that smash point threshold this game. Will it be Alpha 7? Will it be the Wolves? Will it be both? I'm excited to see, but I do want to throw it to an interview we got queued up with Carrillo and see what he might have to say on behalf of Alpha 7.
All right, guys, here we are with the GOAT, Carrillo. You guys are on scary mode. You guys have the momentum on your side. You guys are starting the day strong. You only need 3 more points. So how you guys are feeling for these next 2 matches? Como estão sentindo para as próximas quedas, né?
Bom, a gente está se sentindo muito bem. Eu acho que esse é o modo A7. É o que todo mundo está acostumado. A gente estava esperando por esse momento que a gente ficou devendo no League Stage. E acho que hoje a gente começou bem e a gente vai continuar dando a vida a cada partida e tentar sair daqui campeão.
That is the Alpha 7 mode. We are very happy that we're playing the way that we wanted to play. We didn't get to play that way on the second stage, but now we're very confident that everything is going to go our way. Sir, congratulations on the match. Good luck. Let's go.
Alpha 7 mode? What is this mode and where has it been so far? I'm a little scared now. I'm not going to lie, Taylor. Alpha 7 mode, I haven't heard him say that, but I'm very intrigued, to say the least.
That's new, isn't it? Alpha 7 mode, kind of fun, kind of scary for everybody else. You got the coach who's saying himself, we're ending it in 3. Now you got Carrillo saying we're going into Alpha 7 mode. Hot Jukes, I think they might be reaching a new peak, brother. I thought the peak, right, was PMWC. They fall a little bit short. This time around, though, they're not making that mistake. They're back with a vengeance.
Dude, they're ridiculous. What can I say? When I saw Carrillo with the white hair, I thought it was, Gear 5 mode or Ultra Instinct mode, but apparently it's Alpha 7 mode, right? I mean, these guys are going crazy. So the one thing I love about the Smash Point is whoever hits it doesn't only just end the tournament, they're the automatic champs. Right? They automatically win. So with that threshold most likely going to be met here, honestly, my hopes, I want to see it met by both Alpha 7 and the Wolves, right? Because that would be so crazy to watch. Like, you could see Alpha 7 reach that, Wolves get 30 points, but then Alpha 7 win the next game with only 2, boom, they're champs, right? It's going to be an absolute battle for that championship. Let's see it happen here and now.
Yeah, the benefit Alpha 7 has is they've won a championship already on the global stage. More importantly, they know how to close up PMSL. This is their turf. This is their home ground. This is where they have dominated for so many years at this point in time. For Wolves, they're a team that's on the come up. They have the ability to close that. They have the ability to be at the top. But the question is, though, do they have the opportunity or do they have the wherewithal to calm their minds and clutch up when needed? That was one of the questions we had during the spring season qualifying for PMWC. They had a real shot, Dave, and they fell short. On Rondo, 10 points is all they needed. Arguably a map that should be relatively easy to get those 10 points. I say easy in quotations. I know it's not easy in this lobby. But they fall short to reach the threshold, and Alpha 7 has now overtaken them. Is Wolves falling back potentially into their old habits?
The key takeaway there, though, there was no Alpha 7 mode. Now there's Alpha 7 mode. They are leveling up here this time around. They're not looking to, cry over spilt milk. They're just looking ahead right now. So I think Alpha 7, they're definitely going to be the ones breaking that smash point here this game. My question is kind of to tag on to what you were saying. The Wolves, after yesterday, their 2 winner chicken dinners, they ended the day feeling strong, feeling confident. They come into today pumped up, ready to go. They walk away with only 2 points. So that is just going to put a halt to any type of momentum they had coming into game number 1. And then to look at the leaderboards and look at Alpha 7 already get the winner chicken dinner. Wolves right now, they are stressing out. I just hope it doesn't get in the way of their mental and they could lock it in, focus up, because we're heading through 3 Aaron girls.
Okay, 3 airing. Well, potentially 3 airing girls that can end on the second one. We're going to have to find out what Alpha 7 mode truly means, because it's coming out with a vengeance. Make sure you get your Amazon gift cards. Again, we don't know how many maps we have today, so there might be only a few of them to give away. This is the number 2. Make sure you profit. We want to reward all the viewers out there with Amazon gift cards. Map number 2 of our grand finals. Only 5 more maps to be played. The question is, who is going to take it? Well, for Alpha 7, they want to close it in 3. Going into this one, the Wolves, they're also very close to surpassing the smash point threshold, but they've got to lock it in. They fell short on Rondo. They don't want to fall short on map 2 airing, LPB.
Absolutely not. I'm kind of keying on this area here and this area here, looking to see if that is indeed where Alpha 7 chooses to go, or if they go far, all the way back over to North George. I don't see them out of the plane yet, so I think they may be traveling to North George here. Maybe they even mix it up. I don't know, but I highly doubt that they're going to do anything different from what has won them so many games. The interesting thing for me is when we look at the top teams on Erangel throughout this tournament, it is exactly the same 5 teams that are on the top of the standings right now. So again, this is something to watch. All of those other teams have to break the mold. They have to do something off normal in order to have a chance here. But right now, it does look like Alpha 7 does go to North George and Wolves goes down to Farm. Pretty much standard. But like you were saying, Taylor, these are 2 squads that if they do indeed hit that smash point threshold, they have come together so many times throughout this tournament and had so many head-to-head fights that the next head-to-head fight they have could ultimately decide the entire thing.
That's very well the case, isn't it? And this zone is going to be relatively good for a team such as Wolves, who are just on the outskirts of it. For Alpha, whoa, where are we going for Alpha 7?
Oh,
God.
Whoa, we're going straight into IG. Hold up a hot drop. This has not happened. Alpha 7 have absolutely changed up their game. They're getting aggressive, and Revo's got a shot into the body on Rafa, Carrillo, Knifestyle, Pedrino, Adrian also gone. IG out of the lobby, and just like that, Alpha 7 has reached the smash point threshold, Hot Jukes.
Smash point has been reached, baby. Let's get it going. They can, if they win the next game, this tournament is over, folks. That means there's 3 gift cards that are not given out. I call dibs.
No. That's not how that works.
He called dibs.
No. I called it in my head. I called the dibs in my head.
He respect the dibs.
All right, fair enough. But hey, that is not what I expected to happen. I did expect them not to be able to fly all the way to North George out of the plane. It was a pretty far jump. But man, intense game. They also had the same thing in mind. The interesting thing, though, for me, yes, that turned out to be a hot drop. Yes, it turned out to be, a bit off normal. But intense game goes to South George normally. So the fact that both of those zones are so far away, I think they were just going for the vehicle. They happened to drop on the same spot, and that's just the way the luck, that's the way the cookie crumbled, so to speak. Yeah. But Alpha 7 just gifted 4 free ones right off the bat.
Oh, Revo had that shotgun too first, right? So it was 1 shotgun versus 3 knives right there. The fight for the vehicle to get to their desired drop spot. IG, man, just flushing the toilet with that one. I mean, they were in 9th place, so that's going to open this up for Maryland. It's going to open this up for Loops here heading into this game, especially considering that the smash point has now been reached. Alpha 7 sitting on 172. So if they win this next game, it's game over for everybody else here. So Alpha 7, GG's for hitting that one right here. But Jukes, I was looking at teams that the dead bottom VIP resilience. I'm sad that these teams are not dropping it like it's hot at all. They're still going to Stallber. They're still going to Milto Power, United and Military Base. Like everyone's just kind of playing it like it's day one here. And honestly, if I'm dead last, I'm doing anything but here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's very typical. I don't know why we see that. We see teams that are just so down and out, and they just play the same old game that got them on the bottom of the leaderboards in the first place. Hopefully we can see that mix up here. But man, I'm having a hard time getting over that last engagement, because can we talk about just how devastating that was for Intense Game, right? Dude. Because Intense Game, they just came off a 2nd place, really solid game, right? That put them in contention to possibly reach Loops and get that last little ticket on over to the big show. And for them to go out against Alpha 7 and you put Alpha 7 into Smash Point, I mean, it's worst case scenario for intense game here, Dave.
Alpha 7 mode is fully engaged. All right. So if am a squad that is fighting for that top 5 spot, I am going anywhere near. I'm not going anywhere near Alpha 7. I mean, it's just a fact. And dude, IG just kind of throwing away their dreams right there. So, hey, Maryland Loops Influence, it's your moment to shine here this game, guys. And looking at the play zone, we got Maryland in shooting range, and we got Alpha 7 in North George. So Maryland, they might actually look to be a little proactive. Maryland right there on the cusp, but still being very early on here, and knowing that Alpha 7 have now reached that smash point here, PB, Maryland could look to possibly take an early fight with Alpha 7 to get some elimination points.
You're absolutely right. You know, you mentioned not wanting to go anywhere near. I'd like to go so near Alpha 7 if I was in contention, man, because to be the best, you got to beat the best. And that might be what Maryland's thinking up there. It is their usual drop spot in Severny. So, again, nothing super off normal here so far. But the interesting thing, and Alpha 7 will know this, they cleared out Intense Game, and they know that Intense Game normally drops South George. So they have that entire section of the map to themselves right now. No one really competing for it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a rotation that way. Or we can see if that Alpha 7 mode is truly a thing and they rotate the other way, like into Maryland and where they know these other squads are going to be, because that might just be free points, baby, if Alpha 7 mode is truly turned on, Taylor.
It's turned on, dude. Are you kidding me? That first fight proved it. I mean, they don't lose a single player. They take down IG. And mind you, IG is coming off a second place to Alpha 7 with 11 eliminations on Rondo. This is a team that was hot and heavy and looking great and then shut down instantly. They're going to be having nightmares about this Alpha 7 roster come tomorrow for sure. And not only because of Obscure, who 1v4'd them, right, a couple days previously in Grand Finals, but now your come up potentially to break in into top 5, right, is shut down like that definitively off the rip of map 2, and they might close it out of map 3. IG's in a bad way, dude. Alpha 7 has potentially single-handedly ruined their opportunity to go to PMGC. That's the way it goes. You want to challenge the top dogs, you got to be a top dog yourself and be willing to take over the moment for sure. But for Maryland, I think they're going to skirt on by. I think they're going to go to the south. I don't think they'll stick around much longer. Depending, though, it could be a blessing. VIP is rolling up, and Maryland might want that fight there, Hot Jukes.
Yep, they want it, man. Intense game, what can we say? Just grab the shotgun first. Grab the shotgun first. And, of course, Revel finds the pump shotty. Talk about terrible luck. So, yeah, man, it's so crazy to watch here. Now we're starting to see that little lull phase happen. Wolves right there to be able to hit that smash point as well. And with this kind of circle, they should be able to do so. Right now, I know you guys can't see it on the map, but they are kind of heading towards that Pachinki Hill, Gatka area, trying to find that centralized position. And that's something that Wolves have had so much success for. I mean, they move very, very early. They try to find the most centralized, dominant position and reach those end games. So with how they've been playing, I definitely expect them to put some points on the board here, Dave.
Yeah, look at that, PB. I mean, what are you seeing? You see the 2-2 split right now from the Wolves here, PB?
Yeah, I see 2 looking this way. We got a couple looking this way. Good position from the Wolves all the way through and through. The interesting thing was Alpha 7, they got to loot North George. Then they came down to the South George crate, looted that too. So look for them to be fully kitted up coming into this circle, all kinds of room. And they are headed towards Gatka with the fury of a team that has championship hopes on their mind. This is going to get interesting, though, on that eastern side. Look at all these teams coming together over here. It's about to get real dicey over on the East Coast. Not a whole lot of contenders over there, but there are some teams that if they don't deliver right now, their hopes are kind of dead in the water. So it's do or die time.
Holy, shots are firing, and rightly so. We got Alpha 7 rolling up onto Royals of War. Obscure is going to be the first one. Revo is going to be just behind him. This is going to be another big fight, not only to shut down Royals of War, but also just to get more points if it comes down to that after map 6. But Revo has fallen. Obscure with the off angle, trying to pepper some shots in the Royals of War so Gozao can get up close and personal and take down the likes of, for example, David, who's just inside the building. Nades cooked, pulls it back, avoids another nade that's thrown through the slots. Obscure finds one on the outskirts, and that's going to be another one falling from Royals of War. But Alpha 7 might not make it out of this fight. They've done their job, though, reaching the point threshold. Even if Obscure falls in this moment, they are still looking solid for closing out in 3 games. But Obscure's been known to 1v4, but he's not going to be able to do it this time. Alpha 7 fall, but again, PB, the most important aspect is they took the early fight against IG. They surpassed the smash point threshold. They're still in a great spot.
Man, this is getting so interesting. All these little storylines coming together. Alpha 7, they hit smash point, but man, they didn't clear it by much. Only 2 points ahead of that threshold. The amount doesn't matter, but man, it could be interesting when it comes to the lead of the tournament. If it does go 6 games, man, the Wolves, they can close that gap pretty easily now if they just have a nice little game here on iNCO. They've got a real shot to leapfrog back up front, but early out for both Alpha 7 and Intense Game leaves the door wide open for some of these other teams. Even those that might be trying to catch up, like Influence Rage, they need to have a big game here as well. They got their sights set on that top spot also, and they've got the squad to do it, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir, they do. You can just see the intent. You can feel the intensity in the air. Everybody is playing this so quickly. I'm not shocked to see Alpha 7 just kind of push a little bit more aggressive because they hit that smash point. I think that was their goal, right? It's like, let's just hit that point and then we're going to win another game down the line. These guys are so confident. So I think they did their job in this game for sure. You are right, though, PB. If for some reason this does go all 6, this is a huge opportunity for the Wolves to put some serious points on the board. So they have a great position in this circle. You can see them pretty much dead center like they like to be. This next circle is going to pop, though, Dave.
Yes, sir.
Are we going to see a shift? We're going to see a shift?
I hope so. Okay, Wolves down here already in their vehicles, looking to send it a little closer to Gatka Chopsticks over there. Wolves looking to get that smash point here in game number 2. Alpha 7 clocking out early, but they already hit their smash point, so they're going to be looking for that winner chicken dinner coming up next over here. VIP, they were all the way in Stolber, and they were wrapping around the south of Gatka. They saw that next circle pop, and they said, nope, there's a little tiny building. Let's send it right by Mount Everest, and I believe Maryland were kind of scouting that area as well, but 14 teams still remain here in game number 2. I'm surprised the action isn't ramping up a little faster than I would anticipate here for a final day, especially considering how many teams desperately need points here, but they're playing for that winner chicken dinner here. So Jaguar, United 4 Gaming, iNCO, the only 3 squads that are on the outskirts right now on that east side here. Reflections, nobody wants to touch Pachinki, man, and I'm a little offended. All right, nobody wants to go to Pachinki. I would love to see some hard shifts over there.
It could be iNCO maybe after they fight against Resilience, which I think they might want to kind of do it. You mentioned teams playing a bit slow. I agree with you because I've been waiting for Maryland to get active on the northern side. They were relatively close to VIP early on. Alpha 7 skirted by them, but Maryland hasn't chosen to fight just yet. They're just behind that of Loops, and with Loops, obviously unbeknownst to Maryland's knowledge, at least at the moment, since we do have the map, they don't. Loops is in a prime position to close this game out quite strong. So with iNCO now starting to move towards them, Loops is going to be in a fight. But again, this fight can stagnate. This fight can take its time. iNCO, Loops, they shouldn't be in a rush to close out this location anytime soon. They've got a little bit of distance between each other. They're almost dead center of the map. If I'm them, I'm holding back a little bit playing for endgame. If I'm Maryland, I want to start getting to work. I want to push in. I want to start figuring out, okay, what teams are looking weak that we can potentially push up on. VIP would be a prime example if they have any gauge on where they're at, PB.
You know, it's a great point on Maryland. They got to get busy, and it might not be up to them. 9Z rotating all the way from military, all the way up north, and they're closing in on Maryland's position right now from Mount Everest. So keep an eye on that. But United 4 Gaming getting into it with Team Liquid here. Hate into the action as always from this squad, and I've just giggled at United 4. It seems like Hate is always the last person alive. Him and Joako making a great little duo going at it. And Team Liquid desperately needs to get these points. They had a slow start, and this one, they picked it up a little bit, but it may be too little too late. But they got to get things moving right now as well. I wouldn't call them mathematically out of it just yet, but they gotta do big things coming in as 9Z swings behind Maryland. They're about to come together as well. I want to keep an eye on that fight.
For sure. Team Liquid moving up. Zone shift. Loops and iNCO still going to be in it, but my question now, Hot Jukes, is Wolves. You see them all the way on the southern portion with United for Gaming just behind them. The compounds above are going to be locked in from Loops and iNCO. What's Wolves' game plan here? Because they're a team, again, that is so close to the smash point threshold, but they haven't reached it yet. They fell short on Rondo. Depending on how this rotation for the next zone goes, they could fall short once again.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. They don't need very many points to hit that smash point, so I think they're kind of deciding, do we take this fight or do we head into the next circle? One squad wipe iNCO will cut it, but with them wide out in the open like this, I'm not shocked that we see them get a little bit aggressive. They have 22 seconds left on the clock. Zone 4 is going to hurt. Maybe they just take this elimination and start moving forward, but with Igor getting knocked up close, that is going to delay the Wolves big time here. Let's see what they decide to do. Hate hopping in the hovercraft. I think that they're going to have to cut their losses here on Igor and just try to find a spot in this next zone here.
Yeah, well, it's tough, right? Especially with the hovercraft. That's a tough position to push up. But Dorn's going to make an effort. Dorn's going to make an effort and take down Hate, who will not be last alive. PB's been calling it out for quite some time, but Wolves lose Doran. I say lose, he's down. He needs to get picked back up, and Baton's going to make that effort, but Blue is starting to move in. The two members from United for Gaming, do they go for the cleanup on Igor? Well, Joko, as well as a teammate, are going to do exactly that with the hovercraft, and they're going to push up onto Dorn as well. Dornies and Baton need to get back up on their feet, fight this appropriately, because if they lose this, they fall short once again, Dave.
United already committed way too many resources to this fight, so they just need to commit all in. They sent Hate over here with the hovercraft. He instantly got knocked and flushed here, so now it's Baton. Let's see what he can accomplish with these grenades, loops. They got two of their members out here in the distance right behind, trying to third party this one. Coops looking for that wraparound with the vehicle, looking to get a run over, looking to close the gap. SK12 gonna be mowing him down, and it looks like Loops, they just tried to toss out some grenades, and they're coming in, Hot Jukes. They are sending, at least two players are.
3 more points. 3 more points is what the Wolves need. 168 total. Can they get into this next circle? It's going to be hard. Loops are on the hunt. Are the shots going to ring out? Yes, they do. Oh, and Doran's in trouble. He pops out the vehicle, but the blue zone is going to be chunking him down. No, blue zone doesn't even have a chance here, PB. Loops are putting some work onto the Wolves.
They really are. Doran's going to go down. They're going to lose him if they can land these final shots. They do. Viteen picks up another elimination for his total. Coops trying to get into the city. This is huge. They need to get a bit further, but above this Jaguar, M2M goes down. In the finish comes Milovan, and the Wolves fall short of Smash Point, leaving just Alpha 7 positioned to close things out in Game 3, as they promised, Dave.
So unfortunate right there. They tried to just send it to Pachinki, use that hard cover to try to thread the needle, but Team Jaguar waiting right there. And it goes back to just the unpredictability that some of these squads have now that it is the last day. United, they had 2 hovercrafts. They saw that there's some opponents out there, and they just took the fight. I know, Jukes, you're kind of going back and forth. You prioritize the play zone. I think when we're looking at United for gaming, they're prioritizing any points possible right now. So unfortunate that the Wolves were in their crosshair. Wolves only walked away with 4 points that game here. So not hitting it here. Not hitting it, Hot Jukes.
Oh, you hate to see it, man. I saw Max, man, in the chat saying Wolves for the win, and my stomach dropped. My stomach dropped, dude. Oh. I sent him a message with some very kind words.
Right.
So hopefully that kind of counteracts the situation, but it's not looking good, boys. It's not looking good.
Well, still in second place, but looking good to close it out in Smash Point. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Alpha 7 and 3. Still a possibility. Yeah, you know, the thing is, if Loops doesn't send 2 players out, the third party, that Wolves are most likely just fine. They recover. They push in a Jaguar a little bit easier. Really, they don't even have to push in a Jaguar at that point. But Loops breaking away from the hardcover POI opposite of iNCO was crazy, in my opinion. I would not have been expecting that if I'm Wolves. But that's how it ended up unfolding. But Maryland, another big talking point, trying to catch up to Loops opposite of 9Z. And 9Z loses a player. McGrellin is down. Guiboy is hitting shots. This is your playmaker, the one that has been making a big impact on the Maryland roster. And he's the one who's going to try and beat a linchpin at multiple points, getting off angles, pushing up when he can, and ultimately just trying to open up opportunities for Maryland to close out fights. Snap, Cinetexa, another player that is looking to make some big moves alongside that of Squash. You've got two very talented members who were once on Alpha 7 at a certain point in their career, wanting to now make a name with this Maryland roster. They've got 9Z with their back against blue. Maryland have a tremendous advantage in this moment. I can't see them losing this fight, PB.
That was great covering fire right there from Maryland. You could see Remix pop up, taking the bait of that vehicle, just driving over the horizon, and just like that gets gunned down. But Maryland getting shot from the third party, resilience from behind, taking some pot shots there at range, doing some work. And I don't know if 9Z is aware that they're actually in a bit of trouble right now. They're going to advance anyway. Nade's coming, gunned down by Reyes. Reyes will have the last laugh here. Now it's all up to Guiboy to try to hold strong, and he's not able to do it. Oh, yes, he is. Yes, he is. Where did 9Z go, Hot Jukes? They evaporated before my very eyes.
Oh, that was so huge for Maryland, especially considering that Loops are getting knocked down here. Ratchaboy needs to put up some points. After seeing Maryland get a nice squad wipe in the feed, they got to hang on here for just a little bit longer. Down to 2. But these are 2 monster players. Ratchaboy, oh yeah, he heard that Molotov light and said, nope, I'm going to back it up here. 19 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what they decide to do. I think they know that, oh, our chances of making this next zone are so low. Let's try to get these eliminations against iNCO. But they have no real opening to move on into this warehouse here. Actually, Rafina does find an angle. He's got the nade. That looks good. Got him. Oh, he jumped out just in time. Vitaly with a nade dodge.
From
and
where?
now Rafina's getting third party, Dave.
Yeah, I believe that's Xforce trying to third party. Xforce, they've been driving around all over the place. They heard the shots in the ruins. They sent a limb and 24K up there to investigate, try to get some shots in, and now you got feet down south as well. So Xforce definitely giving it their all here today, really trying to get as many points as possible. But that Runes fight, man, Runes is such a difficult spot to take any type of engagement. And then we saw Influence Rage, by the way. They have been big chilling. They got 4 limbs. They had the hardcover, no longer in play, but they do recognize that there's a couple stragglers out here. So I wouldn't be surprised if Influence kind of hold back a little bit, try to prioritize taking out Maryland before looking ahead at the next play zone, because they do need to move just a little bit. But Influence top 3 right now, PB.
They really are. Beautiful, like, smoke wall at range here with that smoke launcher. Maryland's going to try to use that to cover them on their approach. They have a long way to go to zone. They do try to leapfrog Influence Rage, though. Influence Rage has had really good position all day long so far, being in one of the only compounds in zone. They will have to move now as it does go south, and here is the kickoff between them and Maryland.
What are they
Influence
doing?
Rage knows exactly where they're at, and they are making them pay. I will say, though, Xforce, surprisingly enough, owns the circle right now. We'll see if they're able to defend that central position as Resilience goes out.
Yeah, that was a terrible play in my opinion for Maryland. You push in, you've got Influence Rage just behind you in the hardcover POI, and you start to focus inwards on Jaguar and Xforce when you know dang well Influence Rage are within striking distance behind you. Big mistake. Maryland threw this away, and Squash is forced to try and be a hero in this moment, but there's too many angles to cover, and Maryland's going to be out. Yeah, Hot Jukes, I think that's a massive mistake for Maryland.
Yeah, tough play right there. I mean, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's either fight Influence Rage and go out, or try to be able to hold this position and get lucky. And unfortunately, they were not able to at all. And not going to catch Loops. Fortunately for them, Loops are already out, so they're not going to create an even bigger gap in between the two. But let's see what happens from all these teams, though, lower on the leaderboards. You got Xforce still alive, Team Jaguar with all 4 up, and iNCO Gaming creeping and crawling, trying to sneak some points. All these teams, though, in reality, they need to win they need to win this game and get every elimination they possibly can here.
Federal is just getting picked to pieces over there. I think this is the biggest come up opportunity for Influence, though, right? When it comes to just solidifying themselves in that top 5. So to lose Federal out there, gonna hurt their odds to get this winner wear chicken dinner. But Law behind the boulder, just third party, and Jaguar, who are currently trying to deal with iNCO pushing across the road, and then Abete mowing down the grass. But Padrino does have that P90. iNCO using these smokes really well here to kind of create some type of soft cover in order to allow them to cross the road. And it looks like they end up taking out Team Jaguars here, PB.
Absolutely. You can see Influence Rage now pretty pinched right now. They don't have a lot of place they can advance, and they've got a fortified position. Xforce does up the hill. So does iNCO, to be honest with you. So it looks like NA sending 2 teams right now to this final circle. Lem's going to swing way out wide, and he's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught out there, as Diego's definitely looking this direction from Influence Rage. And how about these vehicles always rolling? For me, this is so comical when they're on hills and it's like, all right, we're going to use this for cover. And it just kind of is doing its own thing. It's definitely going to like catch the attention of, I don't know, has anybody ever heard of a parking brake? I mean, come on.
Where's the e-brake? I mean, come on.
It's great. I love this mechanic now. It's like rolling cover. It's almost like you can do this on purpose and get that flank set real wide here.
I forget who it was. It was at PMWC. There's a monster truck rolling down a hill, and this solo is just trying desperately to clutch up, and he just stays behind the tires and goes unseen because it's a monster truck. You know, it's hard to see up past the tires. And he ends up nearly clutching the game. I think there was still like 4 players left, and ends up trying to dismantle them and loses the final 1v1. But it was just such a beautiful moment. So it is a cool mechanic for sure. Big moment for Xforce. Maybe to win this, Fate rolls up. He's taking a fight straight into Lil Boy, but he doesn't know where he's at exactly, but manages to readjust, take down Lil Boy, leaves it up to Law up ahead. The cars are now getting the finishes. Xforce, it's been a long time since we've seen them in the winner's circle. In fact, they haven't managed to get a win throughout the entirety of Grand Finals, but this could very well be their start. Dave believed in them at the start of the show. He said, Xforce is my team to break into top 5 for North America. Yeah, they've got to get 180,000 points, but Xforce can do it. Dave, your dreamer team is starting to dream big.
Let's see. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, 70 limbs. Those words exactly came out of my mouth in the pre-show. Thanks for reminding me here. But Xforce, let's see. Losing Klaus, though. Losing Klaus early is going to set them back. Klaus has been that player, right, for the squad. Has been putting up some really good numbers here this weekend. So if they can get it done without Klaus, I will be impressed, especially considering iNCO still alive. iNCO have been a pretty good team when it comes to their end game team fights. If they do make it to the end game, of course, but it's going to come down to this next circle. So yeah, Law, see you later, Law. Just go out to the blue, man. Just deny the points. You got 8 eliminations here for the squad. You guys did a good job here. You did a good job. Let me get the classic Hot Jukes, the classic 3v3 to wrap up game number 2.
Let's go. And this looks like a good old triangle finish here. Let's see who's going to win this one. 26 seconds left on the clock. This is the last circle. It will go down to the center. I like that Xforce is getting in those vehicles. They're trying to get any intel they can. iNCO don't really have that much cover at all, so it's just going to be an absolute snake battle here to finish things off. Don't count out Law.
It comes down to Law.
Yeah, don't count him out. This dude has been crushing it.
Yeah.
And Influence Rage, good on them to put up some good solid points on the board just to solidify it, Dave, right? Just say, you know what? We ain't going nowhere. We are moving forward.
Put a stamp on it here. You know, you want to obviously come into today and just try to have the best games possible here. So that way people remember you for today's games and not day 1, right? So I think everybody aware that Law's over there, just kind of waiting. Here comes Papa Blue, going to start to close in. Law is choosing to crawl up, is going to be ditching the vehicle. Already ditched the backpack, has tons of ammo, has level 3 gear. But Fate over here doing some donuts, trying to get some sightlines. Looks like Fate might have seen something. Crawl over there. He's got the grenade, cooking it, tossing it. Behind the buggy, it's going to be chucking up Law pretty well. Now here comes the blue zone as well. Law is almost done, and there goes an limb going the way to Xforce here.
I think that was the right
Xforce.
call, though, to fight that, Taylor. I mean,
I agree.
he knew who he was fighting, and it doesn't matter if he loses a point to one of these teams. They're behind, and they need every point possible to catch up right now. So it does indeed come down to that classic 3v3 iNCO. Xforce, North America will come out on top, but which squad will it be? iNCO in prime position to potentially try to qualify here. They need a miracle, and this would be the start of that miracle, Taylor.
Yeah, it would be. It's going to be tough, though. Xforce has been very active with their vehicles. Granted, iNCO does have a couple of vehicles, I think, still that they can use, if I'm not mistaken, but utility's obviously going to matter here. Man, that nade looked good from my angle, but I guess it was just a bit too long on Bruno's end. Either way, teams are going to wait. They don't want to apex this hill. No one wants to get up top first. But I really like where Vitali's out. Where he's at. If he hasn't been spotted by Xforce, Vitali in this an advanced forward position could truly wreak havoc on the Xforce roster. But iNCO wants to move. iNCO might be the first team to full set.
It's a long shot, but it's possible. And boy, do we love seeing some possibilities. And then a better chance of hitting that nade, 100%. How about these from Xforce, though? Elim knock thirsted. It is a 3v2 situation.
Here, now it's up to 24K. Stands up and can't get it done. Vitali puts up another 2 eliminations in that final circle. He finishes with 8. So a massive game, over 1,000 damage coming in for Vitali. And he is showing up big for the squad when it's needed most.
Yeah, big indeed. Well done. He took that forward position, and he made the most of it. iNCO, a team that needed points. Xforce, a team that needed points. Influence Rage also needed points, and all three of them will profit. So very well done. That's our first airing out. But the key takeaway from this, yes, teams are catching up. That's going to be expected as the maps continue to go forward. But Alpha 7 with the hot drop on IG breached the smash point threshold there, I believe around 174. The point is they surpassed 171. That's big. Now they can close it out in 3, Hot Jukes. That was the magic number they said they wanted to reach. They're on map 3 going after the break, but I think they got this. This was the fight. Revel with the shotty.
I mean, everything is lighting up for Alpha 7. Chicken dinner off the rip. Hot drop. Revel finds the pump shotgun, right? Instantly into smash point. And then you got Maxman saying, "Go Wolves" in the chat, right? I mean, what more could you ask for if you're Alpha 7?
That's kind of crazy, dude. Maxman always catching strays. But the curse is real. This was Wolves opposite of Jaguar. But the big key takeaway, Dave, was Loops pushing out of their hardcover POI to third party that earlier fight that Wolves was in. If that doesn't happen, Wolves most likely live and to reach smash point, but Loops dismantled.
Yeah, Wolves walking away with 4 elims that game, and Loops, even after that, them trying to be proactive, only walking away with 2 elims here. So iNCO, though, taking the priority because we went to zone number 9, and it just straight up centers up from there. So just being the first team to try to stamp their flag in the ground right there. And then I believe Powerbang, you made a great call out. They just corralled Xforce back against the blue in the blue zone this late into the game. It hurts. It hurts. So they just corralled them, pre-fired, mowing down the grass, getting a nice 10 elimination. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. But yo, shout out to Team Jaguar, though. Team Jaguar walking away with 10 eliminations here this game, Hot Jukes.
Yes, sir. Take it to the bank. Let's go, Jaguar, right? Make a show of it here towards the end. That's what it's all about. I mean, it was great to see iNCO, though. 20 points here, PB, right? I mean, they're trying to throw that Christmas miracle, right? Make it happen. And that's how you do it right there.
They need to do just that. iNCO coming up big when it matters. Xforce, not a bad game for sure. And I will say, Taylor, I thought Xforce was the one that was going to be doing the corralling with all that driving around that they were doing.
I thought so.
They may not have spotted the players, but they spotted where they weren't, if that makes sense. So I thought the nades were going to come in clutch from Xforce, and it turned to be the other way around.
Yeah, I thought so too. Vitali was obviously detrimental to their success, pushing as forward as they did. But you're right. I mean, they had success. I mean, they had at least an understanding of where they weren't. But man, Xforce just couldn't do it. I'm still happy though with the second place 8 eliminations. Also piggybacking off of their game number 1. I think they did okay, if I'm not mistaken. Look, 7 eliminations. Like, Xforce is doing what they can, but just like Dave said, it's like if we would have saw this, on day 1, we would have made an argument that Xforce might be able to be a competitor for North America, but I think they're starting just a little bit too late. So the key takeaways is iNCO, Influence, Rage, and Maryland as well, getting some much-needed points to try and catch up and either break into top 5 or, in Influence Rage's case, break into top 2. We take a look at our MVP. Who was it for game number 2? Vitaly had to have been 8 eliminations to forward member in that final fight against Xforce. 1,000 damage. This man was doing it all. Hot Chooks, Vitaly, who is he as a player?
Oh, he's amazing, bro. He's crushing it. 8 eliminations here, right in those championship rounds. I mean, this iNCO squad, so much potential. Just haven't had that like unreal consistency to really be where they want to be at this point, right? It's not over yet. I mean, it could be in this next game if Alpha 7 win, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
But if you're iNCO or any of these squads who mathematically even have a 2% chance, you got to do everything you can here, Dave, right? Because let's be real, if you don't make it, I mean, this is your last time playing esports PUBG Mobile for the rest of the year.
Could be the last game if Alpha 7 live up to their master plan here today. Reflections, they said we are done in 3 and we are heading to that next game right after this break. Your reflections.
That's it. Alpha 7 mode. Is it happening on map 3? I think that's going to be the case. They can lock it in here. Chat, get loud for them. Does Alpha 7 close in on the next map? Or do we have some more maps happening throughout our final day of Grand Finals? We're going to find out all the answers and more when we come back from the break.
All the dudes are ready.
Time to dig in.
Hold on.
Oh, you want a photo? I got you.
No. To the right. Oh, no. Left.
Left, like here?
A little bit lower.
Victory.
Yes! We've got this!
What are you doing?
It's Crazy Chicken Day! Play PUBG Mobile together! Push your rank, get valuable rewards, and complete missions to win cash prizes!
Crazy Chicken Day! Be my best teammate!
Chicken killer, samgyetang dinner.
Get rewarded for assisting teammates in ranked classic mode. Earn co-op points by rescuing, recalling, or healing teammates. Reach 100 points to redeem co-op supply crates at any shop and match. Open them to get random supplies. Work with your teammates to claim victory.
Hello?
Okay.
Oh my god!
مرحبا أنا عبيدة. اليوم رح أحكي لكم عن ببجي موبايل وكيف فزت بالجائزة الذهبية. كنت لاعب ببجي قديم بس ما كنت بعرف إنه في شيء اسمه مود واو لتصميم الخرائط. في صديق إلي اسمه نور VIP، هو مصمم خرائط وهو اللي شجعني إني أدخل هذا المجال. لما قدمت وصرت مصمم رسمي، أول خريطة عملتها كانت عن العمالقة. وقتها ركزت كتير على التصميم والشكل، بس الصراحة أهملت الفكرة، وأعتقد إنه هذا هو السبب اللي خلاني أخسر بهاي الماب. بس بالرغم من هاي الخسارة كسبت منها خبرة. بعد هاي التجربة قررت إني أشتغل على الخرائط بشكل أعمق، صرت أركز على الفكرة مو بس على الشكل. بماب الثاني حاولت إني أدمج بين الاثنين، بس مع الأسف كمان خسرت. مع ذلك ما استسلمت واعتبرت إنه كل تجربة هي خطوة للأمام. بالماب الثالثة قررت أجرب طريقة مختلفة تماما، وبما إني ما بحب استخدم شيء ما بفهمه صرت أجرب كل الخيارات اللي قدامي، شو ما بيطلع قدامي حاول إني أتعلم وأفهم. بعدها اجت مسابقة عن الفضاء، قدرت أطلع بفكرة مغامرة فضائية مميزة. كتبت كل أفكاري على ورقة، وبعدها بلشت أصمم الأشكال اللي بدي إياها. بعد ما انتهيت من تصميم الأشكال بلشت أشتغل بالأجهزة وأدخل أكواد البرمجة. بصراحة بالواو البرمجة سهلة، بس لازم يكون عندك فكرة عن أي لغة برمجة تانية. لما تكون تفهم أساسيات أي لغة برمجة تانية بيكون التعامل مع برمجة واو سهل جدا. وأخيرا بعد شغل دام لأكثر من أسبوعين، وبفضل كل الاشياء اللي استخدمتها وتعلمتها، قدرت افوز بماب الفضاء وربحت الجائزه الذهبيه، وكان هذا بعد شهرين فقط من انضمامي لبرنامج واو. نصيحتي لاي شخص ناوي يبدا، لا تقلد حدا، خلي عندك فكره جديده وتعلم كل التفاصيل الموجوده قدامك. استخدم كل قدراتك اللي تعلمتها داخل فكرتك الجديده، طبعا اذا كانت تتناسب مع الفكره. بالنهايه شكرا لفريق واو ستار على الفرصه الرائعه، وان شاء الله يعجبكم الفيديو وتكونوا دائما مستعدين للافكار الجديده اللي راح اقدمها.
Everyone's competing today for that very trophy, the chance to lift it high and call themselves the champions of PMSL America's Fall Season 2025. We officially have a team who is a front runner for that very trophy, and it's Alpha 7. They're here to reclaim what they lost a little bit ago, and that's that PMSL trophy. They qualified for PMWC, but they didn't win PMSL Americas in spring. This time around, they're looking to recoup what they lost. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Powerbang, Hot Chooks, Mustache Dave, Mustache's grandma, and my grandma. All the grandmas are popping up out there. Shout out to the grandmas out there, always giving love and support to their babies. Dave, you're one of them, man. What's up? How you feeling? Grandma's out there.
Xforce, by the way, today, and they're doing
like
pretty
actually
well. Yeah, actually.
Grandma's like this.
She's like, why are you guys so mean? Why are you guys so mean to this team, especially from North America? You should be representing. I said, you know what, Grandma? You're right. You are right. So, you know, Xforce all day long, and all they needed was some love from, you know, the home crowd out here, Reflection. So that's what we're doing here, man. That is what we are doing. Xforce all day. Still waiting for my jersey, but hey, we won't talk about that.
No.
Wow,
we won't talk about it, but we just did.
No, I didn't talk about
it.
I didn't talk about
Dave
it.
Dave needs a jersey, for goodness sakes.
What I'm talking
about, a jersey. What are we doing? What?
Send Grandma Mustache a jersey. That's
not
what
me.
Yes,
my grandma.
She needs the jersey. Forget Dave. Send it to Grandma Mustache.
Yeah,
that's right.
Forget me, because I'm over here cheering for Maryland Esports. So Maryland Esports sent me a jersey out here. You know, the most North America squad we got here. But yeah, guys, Alpha 7. Can they get it done? We heard them multiple times. They want to clock out here after 3 games. Can they get it done? They are on smash point.
Smash point. They reached it. The threshold is 171. Alpha 7 is 173. Now notice, Wolves are very, very close at 168, but across 2 games of Rondo and Erangel, they have only been able to accumulate 7 total points of the 10 that they needed at the start of the day. Influence Rage are starting to close the gap, PB. They're getting dangerously close to Wolves. If I'm Wolves, especially in this next game, we've got to step it up and lock it in, because Alpha 7 might close it in 3.
They really might. I mean, Wolves has averaged 11.5 points per game over the course of the finals so far, and to see them only picking up 7 so far across 2 games, that's concerning. I'm not going to lie. They are close to Alpha 7, but they are also so far away, because they cannot end the tournament this game. They need 2, at least, in order to make that happen. And they need to make sure that they at least get over the finish line here with 171. So they need 3 points here, no matter what. If they don't get it, they're really running the risk of Alpha 7 putting the lid on this can quite early. Influence Rage, though, closing that gap, and they have been actually pretty impressive today, also with their zone positioning. So I still, again, I picked Influence to win the whole thing. Maybe, just maybe, they come from behind here and surprise everybody.
I don't know. Alpha 7 mode's in full effect, though. Okay, I haven't heard about Influence Rage mode. It might be a thing. Might be a thing.
Secret. until it's most needed.
They're keeping it a secret all the way to the very end, man, because, again, this could be the final map. Crazy way Alpha 7 reaches Smash Point, though. Challenging IG off the rip in the fashion they did was sensational. 2 winners for today. Alpha 7 has already won 1. Can they close it out in Game 3 of Erangel? iNCO, though, got to shout them out. 10 points, 10 eliminations, I should say, winning the 3v3 against Xforce in the end. Match MVP going to Vitali. But as we head into Map 3, Erangel, maybe this tournament ends here for those rosters. Now the conversation starts to come up, Hot Chooks. Does anybody finally, during PMSL, challenge a team like Alpha 7 to shut them down to extend the tournament?
You have to. You have to do it right here, right now. I mean, how exciting is this? Everybody watching, put some hype in the chat. Shout out to all of our PUBG Mobile VIPs, by the way. Viewer party this Dr. Chemist. We also got, Mustache Dave's grandma and all her homegirls watching as
That's
well.
right.
So let's go. Also, I saw in the chat, the man Zute, I haven't seen him in a hot minute. He said he's going to be bringing his viewer parties back here soon, so that's great to see. I mean, this is the best of the best PUBG Mobile we've seen in such a hot minute, and it can all end in this next game.
It could. It could all end here, man. That trophy being lifted, our day being over with. Alpha 7 could absolutely do it, but I mean, you say you have to, Hot Jukes. Dave, we've been saying this though for the last couple of Smash Points we've had for PMSL. No team ever challenges the team who's on Smash Point. It just has yet to happen. Who do you think, if you had to take a wild guess, finally breaks the mold and actually goes for the Smash Point team?
I've been saying it, man. VIP. They I know Powerbang, you got a call, but VIP, they were number 2 from Titan Series qualifying here. They used to be known as the Navy SEALs or Team SEAL. I think channel that inner SEAL power and come in here and be the VIP SEALs and get it done. Listen, if you're listening right now, even though I know you don't have your phone because you're on the phone at the tournament, just feel the energy. Hot drop Alpha 7, because guess what? We're going all 6 games. Powerbank, I'm calling on you. You got your name.
Pick me, teacher. Okay. I gotta say, if there's one team that has shown that they are willing to protect what is theirs this tournament, and hot drop the most ludicrous, amount of times, it's Team Liquid. They've done it 100 times so far, and maybe, just maybe, they do it right here, right now. Because let's be real, if they're gonna catch up, they got to take down those that are above them on the leaderboard, and who better to start with than Alpha 7? I'm looking at Team Liquid to mix things up, but somebody has to. Somebody's got to be the team to stop Alpha 7. I don't know. Taylor, what do you think?
Team Liquid's a wild call. For some reason, they always find a way to come back into the conversation. As I stew on that and think about it, luckily we had Kaya on site to have a nice interview, I believe, with Bruno, if I'm not mistaken. Let's hear what Kaya and Bruno had to say.
Hey guys, so right now we had 2 and 8 teams at the end game, and iNCO were able to get their first chicken dinner at the finals. So first of all, congratulations. And I want to start asking, do you think that you guys work better under pressure or with an advantage?
I think the same, but we changed some points to do more patient in the end game. So if we have advantage or disadvantage, don't worry.
Okay, so talk about the things that changed for today for the finals, because it's important that the winner was really important for you to get closer to the top 5.
Yeah, we changed some roles in the team. Nenebet joined with more participation in the call, doing some things in the front of the team. I come more for the back, and we started to have more patience in the end game principally. And I think this is the most point.
Okay, so it's working. Hopefully it's going to work for next matches as well. Thank you and good luck.
iNCO roster that could very well break into top 5. They're just on the precipice. Let's see if they can get over it. That game win on Game 2 Erangel definitely helped them, Hot Jukes.
Dude, that is like the saddest post-win interview I've seen ever. Like, you see, like, it looks like a guy who just crest the peak of a mountain right after a win, but then there's an entire other mountain right ahead of it, right? I mean,
Yeah.
they did so much in this game, but they still have so much to do, and you have to hope Alpha 7 doesn't win another chicken at all for the rest of the tournament. Wolves getting that much closer to hitting Smash Point as well. I mean, Let's go, iNCO, right? I always want to see that miracle run, but man, it's going to be hard.
Well, I think it's reverse psychology. You do the interview, you're right in front of all the players. You look sad, you look defeated. They're thinking you're not a threat, but internally, Bruno's hyped up and thinking he's on top of the world. Dave, reverse psychology. You're a doctor, Dave. You understand how this works.
Yeah, and then some interviews you got Wancho, you know, kind of putting it in there that he's going to be on your team next season too. So, I mean, it is wild out there. But I think iNCO, totally agree with you, Hot Jukes. Like, yeah, they just got that nice, really, 10 elimination game coming up after this last one. But is it enough? No, it's not enough. And I think they recognize, like, it's only just the beginning. I think the pressure's there, especially with Alpha 7 being on Smash Point, right? So it's like, hey, thanks for the winner interview. But it's like, they're not done yet, right? Can they get it done? I think if the night it continues to progress and we do go to like 6 games, maybe. But the chances of that happening pretty low, especially considering Alpha 7. They already got 1 win today. They had 2 wins yesterday. So a win is definitely in the tea leaves here tonight for Alpha 7 to get another chicken here, Taylor.
And you know what? If Wolves, let's just theoretically say Wolves, Alpha 7, they're getting close to endgame, and Alpha 7 has a real chance to close out this tournament. Is there a world, PB, where Wolves say, okay, we're happy with second place. We've solidified our spot at PMGC. We know we're ahead of Influence Rage. Let's just let it happen.
I don't know, man. I feel like the Wolves want this. I feel like they want to win, you know? So I think they're going to do anything that they can to give themselves that advantage. I think it comes down to ego, honestly. Like, Alpha 7's been the top dog in the region for a long time now, many years standing. And ultimately, the Wolves have a chance to change that narrative, and not only to do it for themselves, but to do it for the region. So again, I expect them to do anything they can to win. I expect iNCO to try to climb their way up that second mountain. They've got a long climb to go. But ultimately, this game, honestly, is kind of the linchpin because Alpha 7 can end it right here, right now. These other teams have got to band together to some extent and try to prevent that from happening, thus extending all of their tournament lives. And so we'll see if that actually happens. But I, for one, would love to see a hot drop. Last point on that last game, I think they didn't drop Lipovka to avoid a hot drop. It was closer to the plane path. That's where they normally probably would have gone. And they didn't, thinking, oh, we'll just go far away. We'll go to a normal drop spot at North George, only to run into intense game.
Yeah, which wasn't good for IG. It worked out, though, very well, even if it was unintentional. Alpha 7, man, they reached that threshold. They did a great job. They really did. Wolves still a little bit short. But let's, if we could, if you don't mind, pull up the scoreboard, or at least the leaderboard, I should say. Let's have a discussion around this and how close the bubble teams truly are. Because 9Z Loops, right, in 4th and 5th place, they're relatively close in the standings. But let's hone in, Hot Jukes, on like Maryland, for example, iNCO, who are right there on the precipice of surpassing Loops, maybe even surpassing 9Z. I mean, there is a real chance Maryland, iNCO, can still qualify. I don't care that iNCO looks sad with Bruno, man. It doesn't matter. They're still so close, and they have to understand, Hot Jukes, that there is a very, very raw opportunity to still qualify for PMGC.
Yeah, and you know what? I said there was another mountain. That mountain being 9 points, right? Now, 9 points isn't that tough, right? It's not that crazy difficult to get that to surpass Loops. But the real mountain is just Alpha 7 winning the chicken, right? If they win this next game, it's over. So if you're iNCO, this is where things get hard, PB, at least in my mind, because what do you do here, right? Do you go, you try to get a little extra aggressive to get those eliminations, or do you play it super safe? Because if you're able to surpass Loops, like if they go out early, you get those 9 points, Alpha 7 win, you're moving forward, right? So like, there's so many different factors at play here, I think.
There really is, and you know, if it's me, I'm playing the exact same way that we did last game, right? They picked up a win, and you know, ultimately picked up, I believe, 10 eliminations to go alongside that, and that is exactly what they need to close that gap on Loops and Maryland. Remember, getting into that top 5 so important for these teams if they're looking to advance. And the interesting thing to me is, despite Alpha 7 being able to end the tournament right here, well, everyone else still has a chance to tally their scores from this game. So it's put up or shut up time for everyone right now. Granted, they might be able to, you know, average a bunch of eliminations over the rest of the day, but it becomes increasingly important to deliver here and now because you just never know when it's the last chapter of this story. So iNCO's got to be aggressive, I think, and try to get those points in this very game, Taylor.
Well, look, and just to kind of hone in a little bit more on Maryland versus iNCO, let's take a look at their head-to-head and see how evenly based they are. You would assume that they're so close. They're only a point away. But Maryland, though, is a team that knows how to slay out. But the question is, do they know how to place well? Well, at least as average placing goes, they're a little bit behind that of iNCO Gaming. But I have to favor Maryland. They've had bigger games, bigger moments than that of iNCO Gaming. I think if we're looking at a team potentially to dethrone Loops, break into top 5, Maryland would be my front runner. Dave, what do we think?
Oh, listen, I'm all for Maryland, man. I've been on the Maryland hype train all day, similar to Enigma. I mean, their squad, they got the synergy going, and they got the experience. They've been here, done that. So it's just a matter of pulling it all together. But totally agree with what PB was saying. iNCO, just continue trucking ahead. I mean, you just had a really solid game. Turn that frown upside down, as my grandma would say on that player interview, and just try to get another winner chicken dinner, another solid game underneath your belt, and just take it one game at a time. I know the pressure's there. Alpha 7, if they win this, it's a GG. We're all going home, but don't even think about that. Just focus on your game plan here and just play the tried and true on what got you here in the first place. Now, other teams, though, VIP, they got a hot drop. We're looking at Resilience. They got a hot drop. They got to do something completely different. But iNCO, tried and true. Keep going.
Keep going, baby. Keep on going. Predictions. PB, do they close it out in game 3? Alpha 7.
That's a great one. I'm just gonna say no. I think we're gonna see another game. I thought at the beginning of the day it would go 4 or 5. I don't know if Wolves has really done enough to be in the conversation. I'm gonna go with Influence Rage in this one.
Okay.
I think they've had a strong day, and they've been present in every final circle so far. So look for them to come out on top here.
All right, well, let's find out if they do it. For all of you out there, though, go ahead and get a winner champion deal. Level up with the Infinix GT30 Pro. Built for gamers, made for champions. Speed, style, performance for your next win. Infinix GT30 Series. Outplay the rest. Hey, chat, I asked PB, I want to get your answers, right? Alpha 7, close it in 3. PB says no. He thinks Influence Rage is going to come up and take this next game. Hot Jukes, let's go to you, baby. Alpha 7 mode, is it enough to close it out?
Dude, it's been enough all day long, dude. These guys are in the zone right now. So, I mean, it could be all over here. I wanted to see it in 2, but with the chase that we have now for that last spot in 5th place, I kind of want to see it go all the way. I ain't gonna lie. I want to continue it, and I want to see Wolves wake up, dude. I mean, PB, we were talking about it during the break, right? Wolves had like an average 11 points a game, and then the last day, where are they? I want to see them right here, right now. Let's go.
Picked a bad time to hibernate, these Wolves did, so maybe, just maybe, they'll come out to play this time around. Very curious to see where the zone goes. But Dave, love to get your prediction as well. Who you think is going to win this game?
I'm thinking Maryland Esports. I'm thinking this circle. I'm thinking it's going Severny, baby. And you know what? That is Maryland's home turf.
Yes,
the last time we had a Severny ending, Maryland walked away with that winner chicken dinner here, Powerbang.
All right, well, we got a nice little plain path from south to north, and I am very curious to see where this zone ends up. Give me a military circle. I want to see these teams earn it. Alpha 7 drops up north. You can look for them to drop here at North George, but let's see if they actually mix it up like they did last game and go to their far drop location over here at Lipovka. That is what I'm curious to see. Will anyone hot drop them? It's certainly not going to be the Wolves. They are out of the plane, going to farm as usual. But will anyone challenge Alpha 7 off the rip?
Where's VIP?
If they win, it's over. VIP's out, and they are going the wrong direction. They're going this way, so they're not going to be going up north to Zarky.
Yeah, that was a prediction made by one of the guys on the desk. Won't call out his name, but he said VIP is going to challenge the Alpha 7 boys. Doesn't end up happening. Hold up. Team Liquid, though, there was a shout. The Team Liquid might challenge Alpha 7, and they do, in fact, head over to Georgia Pole. I don't think right now their plane paths are going to interact with each other. Ooh, and we've got a tricky zone going down towards military. So this is going to be a fun one, and Alpha 7's going to have to work quite hard if they want to close this one out. But it looks as if they're going to be okay, Dave. Nobody challenging Alpha 7 off the rip.
Yeah, Alpha 7, they have all that terrain to work with right now. Zone did pop, and we're sending it down towards the south here. VIP actually going to be forcing Resilience out of school. So VIP, we're looking for an early game fight. But Team Liquid, we got Chief Air Control over here looking to possibly send it in the area. And Powerbang, your dreams might be coming alive, man. They might be looking for some loot over here in crates, and they might be looking to possibly have the air dive onto Alpha 7 and then try to put a stop to the end of the tournament here.
Well, somebody's got to do it, and if anybody's going to protect what's theirs, it's Team Liquid. They said they would do it once before, and here they are once again trying to challenge for it. Now, I will say, while it isn't a straight-up hot drop, this is the first time that someone else has dropped crates outside of Intense Game, Alpha 7. So having 3 in Georgia Poll is going to be mixing things up. It's going to alter the rotations a bit. So you can look for Alpha 7 to put their lookout near the bridge per usual to see if anybody goes north. Right now, that looks to be Guizhou. You'll see Carrillo on point over there as well oftentimes. So going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah.
If they do indeed get pursued. But for now, Alpha 7 safely looting up inside of North George.
For now, but I want to say this is very intentional in my opinion from Team Liquid, because you're right. Like, it's the first time we've seen Team Liquid go to crates. Well, at least in Grand Finals, second time throughout PMSL Americas. It's not a coincidence that Team Liquid choose to go crates in this moment. I think they are posturing to shut down Alpha 7 on the rotation, or at least make it competitive and not make their run to close this tournament out in 3 as easy as maybe Alpha 7 thought.
They don't need to win the fight, right? They don't need to wipe Alpha 7. They just need to hamstring
need to hurt them,
right?
Right.
They need to take somebody down on rotation and make sure Alpha 7, they can still win a game with 3 players, but it becomes far less likely when you don't have those two splits as a possibility, when you don't have that off angle that's super aggressive. It becomes a whole different beast. And so that's ultimately what I think Team Liquid will be looking to do here, is just basically hamstring this squad and try to weaken them so that these guys all live to fight another day, because certainly Team Liquid is one of those teams that needs to prolong this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Wolves going over towards Novo. I mean, how are we feeling about that, Hot Jukes? Wolves a team that kind of primarily goes up towards maybe like farm area, maybe over even where 9Z is currently at, but I don't think I remember them going to military that often.
Yeah, it's not a bad rotation, I think, considering this circle, right? It's so far south. There's still a lot of military base still in play here, so they can loot up Novo, get set up for the rest of the match, and then just kind of hug that circle down south. I mean, honestly, you got Igor on the top of the bridge as well, so they can still even head through that farm area. So they got both directions into this next zone pretty locked down, so I love the Wolves' position here.
Yep.
The big thing that I'm really thinking about, though, is looking at these leaderboards, right? You got iNCO and Maryland, and I agree with you, PB. I think both these teams kind of need to do what they've been doing, right? Just put up some good, solid points, hopefully get that chicken dinner. If you are 8th place all the way down to 13th, though, you have to win this game with double-digit eliminations. Nothing less. If you want to have a shot at that 5th place. And that's hoping that Alpha 7 doesn't make it happen, right? So for 7th all the way through 13th, you got to go crazy here. If you play this game the way you've been playing it before, then in my opinion, you're out. Like, you completely have given up. So I want to see these guys extra aggressive, because a win with 3 eliminations ain't gonna cut it, Taylor. At least in my eyes.
Well, I agree. I don't think it will, but hey, we'll see how it ends up unfolding, man. Teams are definitely making changes and making some audibles going into this potential final game of Grand Finals. But for iNCO, Loops, all of them, continue to do as you're doing. I do notice Team Liquid has backed away from crates. They are already on the move towards zone. IG is also doing the same thing. Alpha 7 is going to still be up top North Georgia Pole, so at least cutting off Alpha 7, that narrative we set up, might still be a possibility later on, but at least as of now, Dave, it's
Yeah, man.
not going to come to fruition.
And I think going back to the Wolves and their early rotate down here, actually, I think they were being proactive. I think they were looking for some early game eliminations because you know who drops here? VIP. VIP goes Stalbert or they go Nova. So with the plane path, there's a high chance that VIP would be in this area. It just so happens this is the one game VIP don't go here and VIP go to school, right? So remember, VIP, they're always hugging that East Bridge. Zaman always falling to his death. I mean, we've seen that all week long. So I think the Wolves here, guys, were actually trying to be proactive to try to get the smash points and take out VIP early on. They roll up and it's a ghost town. It's the first time it's a ghost town. So Wolves, they're going to have Nova to themselves. They're going to get that loot. But Powerbank definitely think it was a proactive move from their part.
It really was, and I like the move as Zaman gets into it with Resilience on the way by, and he does get run over in true Zaman fashion. So nice work there from Resilience to pick up one as they rotate down south. But back to the Wolves for a moment. Their rotation early is something that they don't often do, even on military circles. It's one of the things I always wish they would do is like rotate sooner, get that position. And they seemingly get lapped up by teams that had worse position further north of them. Squads like straight out of Nepal, Jaguar, VIP, Resilience all look to be going through the Eastern Bridge. But as we look over here to the Western Bridge, we got a nice little camp situation going on. You got 9Z on one side of it, and you've got United 4 on the far side awaiting anybody that does make it across. So Alpha 7 finally on the rotate. They've been passed up on the rotation by every other squad over there, including Maryland. So they're going to have to fight through some bodies as they work down south. But, you know, as luck would have it, they're going to start cruising kind of around this direction, and we'll see who they can catch out on their rotation as well. Hot Jukes.
Yes, let's see who they catch out. The zone is closing. This is where my eyes are set on. Where's it gonna go? Are we gonna see a bridge finish? Is it gonna hard shift on down to Millie? That's honestly what the Wolves, I think, are hoping for. Yeah, I like that. Igor all the way at the bottom there. Yeah, and look at this. The circle goes in that direction. It's perfect for the Wolves.
It is. I'm actually floored. I thought for certain it was going back to mainland, but it goes to Millie, and that's great for Wolves. You mentioned Igor on that bottom end of the southern portion. Pride position on the shoreline. He's going to go ahead and chill out for the moment. Wolves, the other three are going to be able to maybe bunker up inside one of those hangars that they did yesterday. Granted, that's just going to be to the outskirts, but they have pride positioning. Their biggest concern, which they're most likely already going to be ahead of, is going to be their flank. So it's going to be straight out of Nepal, Jaguar, potentially VIP, iNCO are going to be coming across the Eastern Bridge. But, you know, as far as Alpha 7 goes, you know, Hot Jukes, I mean, like Alpha 7, now they have to get across the bridge, and they're going straight into Team Liquid, brother.
Hey,
finally.
They're in that A7 zone, baby. Let's see what they can do with it. Honestly, Team Liquid are going to have to make a stance here if they want any shot at that 5th place, because they need to take out Alpha 7, and they need to win this game. Oh, Kayowski gets taken out by a drive-by from Alpha 7. Worst case scenario for Team Liquid, and Alpha 7 continue to be in the A7 zone here.
A7 zone.
A7.
That's all it is, man.
Zone.
Alpha 7 probably looking for a boat, too. I would be surprised if they do opt to just send it across that bridge just late into the game. So they're probably going to look for a boat and kind of go towards the shoreline on military base. That would be the play here. And Alpha 7 doing Alpha 7 things, man. Just getting that drive-by, getting 1 point here. They're looking, remember, guys, they're not looking for a bunch of eliminations here. They're just looking for a win. They're just looking for the win. Pull up the map.
Xforce is who I want to see. They just took off from Ferry Pier. I believe their clown car in a boat. Clown boat in it.
Clown boat.
And, yeah, they were right in front of Igor. They are going to swing wide. So they left from Ferry Pier, and they were going this way, and I thought they were going to get blown up, but they swung it way wide. They're going to wrap around either to that far coast or go all the way south down to this area. We'll see what they do. They normally come in at the buildings down here and will work their way north. But look at the split here from Wolves. You've got 3 of them here. You've got 1 here. So, I mean, really wild positioning. But Hegors is able to pass along so much intel right now. But, man, it seems as if Wolves are strictly playing for points here, knowing that, honestly, first place doesn't really matter if they want to try to win a chicken dinner next game, Taylor.
Yeah, Jaguar's been one of those guys from Wolves who loves to be on the outskirts, be a solo player. You know, there's another player that does that. His name is Doc. We call it the docketing. And a lot of times, you know, the docketing ends up hurting that roster. And I really hope we don't have a... I'm not even going to try and say like Jaguaring or something, but I don't know. That sounds like a bad word in some language.
Yeah,
but
don't
for
do
Jaguar being off on his... Yeah, we'll hold off on that. Being off on his own.
Coopson.
I hope he gets back where he needs to be. Coops eventually. Look at that zone. Pretty much centers up on the Western Bridge. Things are going to get fun from this point forward. And Alpha 7 on the mainland are starting to heat up as they start to engage onto IG, a team that they eliminated early on in game number 2. You've got one out in the open. That's going to be Petrino. Petrino's going to be down alongside one of the members from Alpha 7, Guizao, the MVP runner in terms of most eliminations. You also have Carrillo and Obscure who are going to be down. It's up to Revo to save the day. If Alpha 7 wants to close this out in 3, Revo has to clutch up.
Intense game. They're going to finish this off, though. They know it's only one player up. Here they come with the nades. And let's see if this nade is going to ring true. Oh, the Molotov is just short. Hits the window. Revel gets the res. Jumps down. Let's see what he can do here. 2v2 situation, but it's so much easier to push this building than defend it. There's too many windows open. I think Alpha 7 realizes that. Obscure goes down. Rebel's in big trouble here, Dave.
Yeah, I'm thinking of game 6, man. Revo, 4 grenades, going to be tossing it towards Adrian. Like you said, 2 players of Alpha 7 currently trying to defend in the blue with the added pressure. Team Liquid, they did drive by that, but they're going to be looking at Fairy Pier. So grenades still getting ring out here. Adrian, last one alive for IG. On the back foot now. Revo hunting them down. Alpha 7 working together as a unit. Looks like Adrian trying to get the pickup on his silence, but that grenade was also good. Chunking down Adrian.
Heals.
Adrian needs to hit that heel in the blue. Can we get
Oh my gosh.
2 windows? That they do, PB.
You come at the king, you best not miss. Revo showing why he is the top dog in this region. Phenomenal gameplay right there, and just supreme game IQ. With that Molotov on the floor, he jumps down to the lower level, grabs some angles that they just don't see coming, and just with grenades only, never even sees a player, wipes the whole squad. Crazy plays here from Revo. Alpha 7 lives to fight another day.
Yeah, but only with 2 players. Their team has been cut in half, but it's still an opportunity for Alpha 7. You can't count them out. We've seen them do some crazy things. And with Revo still alive, come on, even him as a solo without the help potentially of Guizao, I think Revo would be able to clutch up. Revo and Guizao, a deadly duo for sure going into the end games. But it's been a hard shift, right? I mean, you want to talk about one of the worst zones you could possibly get if you're Alpha 7, landing at North Georgia Pole, now forced to rotate all the way towards, this Western Bridge, which is locked in. Tough break. But for Wolves, another opportunity potentially to get to Smash Point and have a chance to potentially win in the next game. We'll see.
Next zone goes on over to United 4 here, PB. Look at that. They are locked and loaded. Let's see what they can do with this.
What's going to happen to Wolves, though, is a question, man. Straight Outta Nepal is riding a high right now. They got 6 eliminations coming into this zone, and they've lost 1 player, but Gatsby's throwing down 4 by himself right now. Straight Outta Nepal making big threats, and they actually drive by Wolves, and they're making a play for the compound on United 4 Gaming. They're going for that strong position. This is a prime opportunity for Wolves to third party and pick up some points. Remember, Wolves need 3. They got to get to Smash Point this game. They still have 0. So again, Wolves have got to start chipping away. Their squads nearby. You've got Influence Rage and iNCO Gaming to the south, but Wolves still haven't landed an elimination just yet.
I think they're too scared. This is what happened, Dave. You know, you go back to the spring season, trying to qualify for PMWC Map 6. Wolves were just kind of frozen. They didn't have the ability to make a play call saying, this is what we need to do, and I think they're running into the same issue. However, this time, they finally get it down on McGrellin. They get a point. They're just a couple of points away from the Smash Point threshold, Dave.
Yeah, going to be playing the edge right now. They got iNCO, and they got Influence Rage right next to them, trying to keep them out of this next circle, but they do have the shoreline to work with too, and they might play this one slow. That way they can kind of pick apart anybody who might be swimming, actually. So Wolves, they should have a nice opportunity right now to finally reach Smash Point. They're looking pretty good still with the whole squad alive. And like Powerbag said, we saw showdown Nepal. They were feeling a little too good. They ran right into, I believe, United 4, instantly wiped. But here's the duo right now, or the solo. Revo, last one alive right now for Alpha 7, swimming across the channel, trying to keep that dream alive. I don't think we're getting that winner chicken dinner, but here comes Loops.
Oops! Full play.
Oops! That didn't look too well.
Mistakes were made.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's tough, man. We look at this northern part of the bridge here. 4 different teams coming together. You got Loops taking on Maryland, ROW looking over it, and you've got Team Liquid on the bridge looking on as well, trying to pick any eliminations they can up. The team starts the action on himself. Not exactly what he had in mind, but we take a peek over at Revo. He says, "Get me out of here." And just like Taylor was mentioning a moment ago, he is by himself, so he'll have to do it alone for the rest of the game. He's out of here over the ridge here, a little bit too far, but he just misses those grenades. Loops trying to cling on to life. This is a fight that they have to have if they want to hold on to that 5th place spot. Just 8 points right now separate them and Maryland.
That's right. Maryland is the one that they're fighting against. So for Nizalda, hoping to hit some nades. He does. Good on him. He goes in for the finish. Top of the hill. He knows it's going to be a 1v1. He clutches up. He takes it. Wins it. Maryland are now gone. But you mentioned 4 teams in this area, PB, and now you got multiple other rosters starting to roll in. Obviously, Rose of War. They've been watching this fight take place for a while now. But as Blue pushes them off of their lighthouse, now down into the engagement, Loops have a tall task. With the Zelda already down, you've got one member left who's going to be able to put up a fight, and that's going to be Rattle Boy, who now has to hold off not only Rose of War, but potentially TL.
Another one.
Revo, we knew it was going to be short-lived, having to swim across. He was weak. They were taken down in blue a little bit earlier. Alpha 7 will fall short, still in a great spot in the leaderboard, but now first place is wide open for Wolves to take. They are currently 1 point away from the threshold, but as we focus on the Loops fight, can Rattleboy get out of it alive? Can he put up a fight? He cannot.
Oh.
He will fall, but so did Maryland. Loops holds on to 5th place. Royals of War still got to get across the bridge, Dave.
Royals of War doing everything in their power to survive here. Wolves, though, on the shoreline as predicted, going to be shooting fish in a barrel. 171, that was the smash point threshold. Wolves officially hitting that with 172. So coming into the next game, Alpha 7, Wolves could end it all. Here comes Rose War right now, pushing across the bridge. Chief trying to get that heal. Chief is down. David with a nice little scar shot right there, Hot Jukes.
Let's get it going. All these teams need to start putting up some crazy points. Team Liquid have 3. That nade. Oh, actually, it's a sticky. Okay, there we go. Just a little off the mark. It looked like it almost bounced off his head there. Dementor now trying to put some shots. Royals of War pushing forward, but Team Liquid doing a great job of gatekeeping and soaking up these eliminations. They need every single one. One bad nade. Oh, Chief getting eliminated.
Huge.
Good fortunate for Team Liquid, though. They were able to get some good solid limbs there.
Yeah, they hold on tight to the bridge. Wolves have reached smash point. They're at 172, so they've surpassed the 171, but they're going for it all. They're going for a win here, just to pad the stats a bit more. More importantly, take over first place from Alpha 7, just 5 points away. Law inside, trying to hold it down. Gets a great shot onto Joko, but ends up falling just a little bit later to power Zada. Things are heating up. The zone is getting close, and Wolves are crashing into Xforce from the hilltop. They push up. Coops, along with his teammate Tigor, getting the off angle, but you've got to deal with Xforce's hovercraft. The hovercraft, a walking fortress, but it's not enough. As Xforce starts to fall, Wolves clutching up. They still are 3 strong against the one of Aleem, who is forced to dip away, PB.
What I wouldn't give to be on the fly on the wall in that comms room, man, with the Wolves, because they have shown just precise, crisp rotations all game long. You saw them push forward as a 4-man there against Xforce and just completely overrun that position. They've been doing that, rotating back and forth on the edge, clearing out teams to the north, teams to the south, and just going back back and forth. And it's like sometimes they don't fully commit. They make that push like they're going to, but then they retreat. And so for me, it's like, man, I would love to hear those comms to know when they retreat, when they send it. And right now they sent it on top of Xforce, who is clinging by a thread. They find a limb. Coop saw him for sure. They are going to be coming back to try to take him down. He hops out of the car safely, and here comes the follow-up grenade. Alim's like, maybe they didn't see me. Maybe they didn't see me. Well, I got news for you, buddy.
They saw him.
Oh my gosh.
That's good.
Oh, heat-seeking missile right there from Coops. Wolves, I'm telling you, you're so right, PB. They're flipping that aggression and passiveness like a light switch. So smart on them early on, too. Seeing this circle, having them hedge those bets of keeping players on both sides of the bridge. Once that zone shifted south, they all rotated on there. I mean, they're playing this game to perfection and looking pretty unstoppable at this point, Dave.
Yeah, Wolves, high chance right now getting a winner chicken dinner. They're feeling it. They got 8 eliminations going their way. They got a nice little position in the south of the play zone, pretty much controlling all of it. And they got the hillside as well. So they got the high ground. Looks like Coops going full on Coops mode here. We got Alpha 7 mode, but we forgot about the Coops mode from the Wolves right now. So they are feeling it, like you said, Hot Jukes. I'm looking at United, though, across the way. Also doing pretty good. They have 7 eliminations. They just got done taking out Diego moments ago, but now they're going to have to make a push. They do have a hovercraft, though. Tons of hovercrafts coming into play right now, Hot Jukes.
Let's go. I mean, United have 7. If they win this game and get all these eliminations, it's going to give them a pretty big jump here. I'm looking at iNCO, though, with 107 points. They have 2 players up. They're trying to pass Loops to get that last golden ticket. Loops with 118 are already out. So there's still quite a few teams here that need these points.
Yeah.
Let's see exactly what happens, though.
Wolves have him in the crosshairs, and Coops is pulled up, Taylor. This is going to get dicey. I want to give a quick shout-out, though, to Higors. This man, absolute linchpin for Wolves. He hasn't had his praises sung enough, in my opinion. The strategic decisions, the calls, just so good as iNCO on their last leg here with the nades raining in from Wolves, Taylor.
No, Jaguar is incredible. Again, he's that guy that loves to go off on his own, get those off angles, and he's a big play caller. In this case, he will fall to Ayala against Team Liquid. We shouted him out. We shouted him out, and Team Liquid gets a big win. Thanks, PB, for helping him out, baby. Ayala, Mythic, might be too strong, but they are strong in this fight against the 3 members of Wolves just ahead of them. And Coops is looking to recuperate what they've lost with Jaguar falling just a bit short a little bit earlier. Great nades up ahead is going to push Mythic and Ayala back. This is going to give Wolves a little bit of breathing room. Now, I just wanted to reiterate, as this fight kind of stalemates for just a quick second, that Wolves have reached the smash point threshold, but they just reached it, which means even if they get a winner chicken dinner in this game, they still need to win a game after this, okay? So for your viewers out there, smash point is reached, but Wolves is not eligible to close the tournament out just yet, but they have surpassed Alpha 7. They will be in first place going into the next leaderboard. We now continue on with the fight between Mythic Ayala from Team Liquid and the 3 members of Wolves. Winning this fight secures the southern portion of the zone. But hey, not only is it Team Liquid versus Wolf, Hot Jukes, you also got Vitali off at a distance looking to make some moves like he did in the previous game.
I mean, look at this. Every single team here need to win this game. Influence Rage are pretty locked here, but Team Liquid, especially if they want to move forward, need to take down the Wolves. But look at the Wolves. Doran popping out the vehicle, catching the angles. It's a 1v1. Doran versus Mythic. Oh, the shotgun caught him reloading. Oh, but now he's got to reload. He had one more in the chamber. United 4 Gaming, hear these shots. They come real quick. So does iNCO. It's an absolute bloodbath here. But look at Doran, non-stop making it happen. And he's gone.
Hovercraft did him in. Hovercraft doing him in. United 4 Gaming. They had the numbers advantage. They had the utility. They heard the shots. They knew there was a fight over there, and they just casually rolled up to clean it up right now. Great fight, though. I mean, coming out top, Wolves walking away with 10 elimination points, so they're going to be feeling really good heading into this next map here. But United, here, Reflections, looking to get this winner chicken dinner up against the 2 solos.
Yeah, they've had a great game. 9 eliminations. These boys are popping off. It's now a 4v1v1. No reason why they don't clutch this up, especially having the hovercrafts. But Influence Rage still fighting for a couple of points. It's Lil Boy. Oh, swing that corner. You got it. Nice and easy. That's 1 down for United 4 Gaming. Lil Boy He's all by his lonesome. He's surrounded by members of United for Gaming, but he's not giving up without a fight. He is going to take every point he possibly can because he's trying to break his team into the top 2 run. It's a possibility, especially with placement points. They might be just short. And there's no guarantee that this tournament ends in the next Erangel. So there's a big reason for Lil Boy to continue to fight this engagement. And for United for Gaming, I feel like, in my opinion, they're being a little bit too passive. You've got a lot of angles covered here. Lil Boy's just behind a tree. Swing something. Finish him off. Stop playing with your food, Jukes.
Gotta make it happen. You need every single elimination and the win. There's one. That was huge. Now, Bruno's in all by himself. We saw his interview. 0 eliminations, but it's going to get some placement points. It's a 1v3, though, and it's not looking good for Bruno.
Shaq
He's going out right here.
Think it's over, man. Bruno's probably going to fall. He's inside the Def Shack.
Believe.
Hey.
The Shack attack.
I'm with you, baby. You and Dave can continue to believe as much as you want. The nade's cooking. Does he take him? No, he throws it out. Throws it. That's actually good. That's good off the Joker. Hold up. Who's believing now? The belief system's starting to work out.
He's in here,
you
guys.
believe. Dave believes. PB believes. The nade believes too for hate. And United for Gaming will take it in sensational fashion. 11 eliminations. PB, they needed all the points they could get.
And they got him. Hate really locked in on that nade, that last throw. He had to deliver that one because if he didn't, all of a sudden that game opens up and iNCO is right in the mix. Man, what an exciting Erangel that was. You see Wolves crossing over the smash point threshold, doing what they need to do to set up a clash of titans next game out. I don't know about you boys, but I'm definitely sensing the intensity turning up here on the battlegrounds. You noticed at the end there, every single fight that went down, we saw third party after third party immediately jump into the action. And man, these teams are going to have to keep their head on a swivel and keep them boots feeling real light. Keep them on their toes.
That's right. Keep them on their toes, baby. Alpha 7. You know, Dave, if the zone doesn't shift as far away as humanly possible where Alpha 7 landed North Georgia Bowl, you know, it would have been a much better game for A7, but what an effort they gave to try and rotate over to military. It was just so tough.
Yeah, for sure. And I still think they had 2 options, and they just ended up taking the wrong one, in my opinion. Remember, they were going towards Primorsk. I believe they were looking for a boat. Maybe there was no boat over there. I felt like if they would have taken the boat, went to military base island, kind of swooped in from the south, that would have been the play. Because Alpha 7, remember, they're just looking for a winner chicken dinner at this point. They don't really need to keep getting into these fights and getting elimination points, right? But they did end up doubling back, leaving Primorsk and heading towards their pier, where they just kind of got done in right there. So maybe next game we'll see them play a little more passive, try to show up until that late game. But my dude out here is celebrating because United for Gaming, 11 eliminations. I mean, it's good to see, though, that they're just pumped up. They're happy to get a winner chicken dinner with the amount of competition in this lobby right now and how many, you know, the stakes that are at play. It's definitely a feels good moment right now from them here, Reflections.
Oh, yeah, feeling good indeed. United for Gaming, big win for them. Shout out to Hate. Hate picking up 4 eliminations, not by himself this time, PB. That man had a team behind him, and he was able to put in some work. United for Gaming, 21 points, but Wolves with 15 is enough to pass the threshold, but more importantly, also put themselves in first place over Alpha 7, who was finished off a little bit earlier. Team Liquid, though, there was a story, PB, we set up. Going to create South Georgia Pool, potentially cutting off Alpha 7. That doesn't end up happening because Team Liquid plays for zone and ends up paying off in a big way, getting 12 points.
It does indeed. They get a nice little spot in that zone, but didn't pay off early. But it did force Alpha 7 to have to rotate wide and try to like boatate across, and you know, Xforce stole the boat. So again, Alpha 7 had nowhere really to go. They end up getting gunned down, swimming across the water. So maybe Team Liquid's presence does have an impact after all, despite maybe an indirect one as we take a peek at our second half of the match standings. A lot of Brazilian squads on this second page, including the likes of Alpha 7. It's not where they want to be, but my mind is looking at this next map of Erangel. We see these top teams delivering over and over again. iNCO is doing a nice job trying to stay in the conversation, Hot Jukes. We've seen them with a couple of top finishes so far.
Dude, I can't wait to see these overalls. That's honestly all I'm thinking about right now, because with loops going out the way they did put up some eliminations, but it wasn't enough because there were so many teams that could possibly catch him here. And, you know, we see iNCO put up some points. We saw a lot of squads. So, man, that last golden ticket is going to be crazy. Who got the MVP though? It's Ayala for Team Liquid.
Sir.
Good to see Team Liquid wake up your day.
Hitting some nice grenades too there at the end. So Ayala walking with 5 eliminations, almost 1,000 damage done here. Survival time looking pretty good. My dudes out here, like, look at my survival time right there, 22.55 right there, surviving to the very end. So reflections, Team Liquid, 9 elims, and we said this in game number 1, right? Team Liquid, they're just gaming, you know, they're gaming. That stress not really there anymore, in my opinion. I don't know if they're going to qualify here at this point in the game, but playing loose, and that's the Team Liquid that we're used to seeing. They're doing pretty well, all things considered, but it is, you know, just a little too late here, in my opinion, guys. At least for them. At least for them. Not to be a Debbie Downer. I know, Jukes, you got something to say? Yes, something to say, man.
I don't think it's too late, dude. I mean, who knows? I mean, we do have 2 teams on Smash Point. I mean, it really comes down to this, right? Taylor, you're right. We saw one Aaron Gale, but are we going to see Miramar? That's the question.
We are.
I don't think we do, boys. No, I don't think we do. Dave, again, being a Debbie Downer.
Yo,
man.
lock
Not
it,
only
dude.
against
No,
TL.
guys, just lock in. We're going 6 games. You know, cancel your reservations. We're going 6 games. All right?
Dang it!
No. Pasta Visual is in my future, baby. I'm telling you, it ends in this next game, whether it's Alpha 7 or Wolves closing it out. That's my prediction. Chat, let us know what your predictions are for sure, because we are 3 games deep, and well, we're about to hop into map number 4, potentially the final Erangel of the tournament, but also the final map of PMSL America's fall season. Will it be? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of Grand Finals PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections. I'm joined by Power Bang, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave. 3 games down, potentially 3 more to go. We've got at least 1 more guaranteed Aaron Gale Map 4 about to be underway. And the scoreboard has become a little bit spicier since our last game, right? It was Wolves who should have been able to overtake Alpha 7 first, and they do exactly that. The key point, though, PB, Wolves and Alpha 7 have officially surpassed Smash Point, which means they are now eligible to close the tournament out in the next map.
All of the other teams to prevent that from happening. And honestly, both of these teams last game looked pretty good. Wolves with great play. Honestly, it just ended up not breaking their way. Had one, elimination gone their way against that Team Liquid fight up top. I think it goes a bit differently for Wolves there, and they win that game. But Alpha 7, ultimately, they just got to kind of win that drop spot, and they are a late rotating team. I expect them to figure it out, but let's see what all these other teams can do to try to prevent this tournament from being over right here, right now.
All the other teams, that includes Jukes, obviously Influence, Rage, 9Z, Loops, but you've been harping on iNCO, who are now in 6th place, 7 points away from catching Loops.
So close, so close. iNCO, Maryland United have to have a big game here and hope that Loops gets shut down. I mean, if Loops put up a good game, they could seal it right here, right now, especially if, this is if Wolves and Alpha 7 don't win, right? If they don't, get that Smash Point rule and open that door, Loops have to start getting consistent right here, right now, because iNCO is getting close to them, Maryland as well. You're right, guys. I think for Team Liquid, Jaguar,
yes,
all those teams, it's over.
It's over.
It's over. I'm trying to even put the hypotheticals. Like if Team Liquid has to win this one, and if they don't, then it's 1,000% over. But it's over.
Yeah,
it's over.
It's not over in a sense that they can't play spoiler though, right? It's not over in that sense. So Team Liquid, Jaguar, everybody on down, they can totally dictate who will end up in that top 5. They can also dictate how many games we continue to play here tonight, and that's been something that we have all been harping on throughout the entire night, just not really seeing it. We saw glimmers from IG one game, but then again, not really, right? So I'm looking at like the dead last squads, like it's your moment. Just show up, have some fun, make a name for yourself, go for those clutch 1v4s, just pop off here in the last half of the evening here, Reflections.
Pop off indeed, and they're going to have to. It's officially Wolves and Alpha 7's opportunity to close the tournament. If they win this next Aaron Gale, either one of those rosters, the tournament is done. Where the standings fall is where you are currently at, and you're just going to have to deal with it. If you're on the bubble team in 6th place, potential bubble, I should say, of 6th place, then you're in trouble. Wancho, though, has been on site doing a lot of crazy things. This time, though, I believe it's Kaya who had a chance to actually interview Wancho this time. Let's listen in.
So I'm here right now with Wancho from Esports. Even though they didn't have a great match right now, actually they didn't have a great first half of this last day. So I want to know, because you know obviously what's happening with the team, what's going on and what do you intend to do to change, to improve now for the second half?
Well, I think they were mainly scared to lose the tournament, and that's why they were playing kind of scared, I'm just going to sit here and wait for something to happen for me. And I mean, they woke up, they turned on their phones this last game, what is the 3rd game of the day? And I mean, even though they ended up throwing it since they had no cars, they were looking for a hovercraft, and they ended up throwing this last game, but it was still good. It was a wake-up call for them, and hopefully they do good the rest.
Okay, so good luck, and let's see if now with the match points you are able to get the trophy. Okay, thanks.
All right, there it is. Wancho, good interview overall. I'm surprised he didn't plug himself as like, hey, pick me up. I would love to be on your roster. But hey, phones are on apparently, Hot Jukes. So that's a good thing, right? So I guess Wolves weren't playing in the first 2 maps. They turned their phones on in map 3, and now they reach Smash Point.
Let's go, baby. It's about time. I'll tell you that right now. Kaya, oh my gosh, I love that. She's just like, they had a rough game 1. Your second thoughts, rough half of the entire tournament, right? I mean, like, correction, right? But
that was funny.
Man, it's so crazy. The nerves have to be at all-time high for Wolves. I mean, they've been riding high for a while now. But Alpha 7 getting in that A7 zone after game 1, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked that it put them on their heels big time. But you know what? They're in the Smash Point now. Chicken dinner's all it takes, baby. 1 chicken dinner by either of these 2 teams, and we're done. That's it. It's over.
We are done, right? But you do got a couple of teams knocking on the door of Smash Point, most specifically Influence Rage, who is getting relatively close. They have a big, 20 or so point game. They can definitely make it. It's always a possibility. And when it does come to Wolves and Alpha 7, by the way, both of those rosters have 3 wins on Erangel. So you want to talk about 2 teams that can close it out. These would be our 2 studs who have the opportunity to do exactly that. Dave,
what
the
up,
Hope
man?
King. Hopium is real, baby.
Hey.
Does it? Well, no, actually, Dave, should I even ask you? You've been saying 6 games, but come on, maybe your ideas have changed, man. You gotta think they could close it out here in game 4.
Games. And Wancho did plug himself. He's like, I'm hoping for something to happen, and that means getting picked up or playing or something right there. But hey, man, we are going, guys. I'm telling you, lock in. We still got 3 more games to go. I think Alpha 7, Wolves, they really want to get this way, but other teams, they are just going to be trying a little bit harder to try to get as many points as possible and maybe even climb up that leaderboard just a little more. That way they can walk away with as much money as possible, right? There is money on the line here as well. So you got those regional leaderboard spots. You got MVP money as well. So players are competing for that title. So there's a lot of different storylines that are unfolding right now. And I think if you're a team on that second half of the page, you don't want this tournament to end right now, right here, Reflections. You want to play the games.
Play all the games indeed, and for the MVP race, well, these games have been highly competitive. Revo! Whoa! PB, I thought for sure was out. Revo has reclaimed his throne as the best player in PMSL Americas.
I'm not shocked. Revo is far and away the best player in the region right now. He's been clicking all tournament long. Maybe a bit of a lull, but I mean, I look for him to claim that rightful spot atop this throne. The last couple of games, he's done it, and he's done it short-handed, right? He's gone solo and in 2v4s against other squads, and he's won. The grenade play, though, is what put him on top, chasing Intense Game off of their push and ultimately putting 3 other players in their grave. So Revo, topping the charts here for the MVP of the finals. Remember, the finals MVP picking up a cool $2,000 putting in their pockets. And I would love to see that go to Revo. Man, clutch plays for sure. We still got a few games to figure out just who is going to be that top dog, Taylor.
That $2,000,
right.
though. What do we do with the $2,000? I mean, you're with the boys, you're celebrating. Are we going to a buffet? Like, what are we doing Reflections with that 2K after today?
2K, what am I personally
doing? What would you do?
I'm buying something dumb. I spend my money on some dumb things, bro. And I tell you why I do it. Amazon gift card. Prime example. You want to get out there and you want to spend some money, get yourself an Amazon gift card. It might not be 2K. I don't know how much they're worth. I'm gonna be completely honest, but it's a little something the cherry on top. Okay. It's not. I don't think it is. Don't quote me on that. That's what Dave's saying. But I can't back him up on that one, chat. I don't think it's 2,000. But find out for yourself. Claim the code, right? And you'll have all the understanding. Yeah, I'm a type of guy. I got 36 pairs of shoes.
Oh,
okay. So am I using the 2K to buy some more shoes?
Yes.
Honestly, probably. You think yes?
Yes.
One pair a week.
Yes, you are.
I don't know.
I don't know.
That pile of boxes, I'm not even joking, is higher than I am. I'm a cool 5'2" guy, So for me, doesn't take much.
Gotta get them shoes with the platforms on them, man. That's what's happening.
Maybe one day, Dave. Maybe.
Oh, come on! Don't
act
Let's
like
get it
going.
Of your 36 pairs isn't platforms. Come on.
No, they're not. They're not.
Let's move on from that topic now that we've made sure that that's out there. All right,
where we landing, PB?
Lift them up.
Let's see here. We got a pretty similar plane path, quite honestly. The last one was about a third of the way over, straight up and down here. And again, coming from the south to the north, gives an opportunity for Alpha 7 to peek at where everybody's dropping. And once again, they do go North George. And once again, Team Liquid with them at the South Georgia Bowl crates. We'll see if they are a bit more aggressive. Most notably, though, we don't have anybody hot dropping on top of them. So that's one thing that's interesting. And then peeking down at the Wolves in the center of the map, they got a nice little position in zone. I want to see them early rotate and head up this direction. We'll see if that
hold on. Straight out of Nepal might... They're still in the air, and so is Wolves. Yeah, they might, or at least be very close to them. Oh, they're going to back away a little bit. I thought for sure, PB, they were going to be going in, but this is a great zone. not only for Alpha 7, but also for Wolves. You know, I think even for Alpha 7, I think they get the best bargain. Even with Team Liquid landing at crates just below them like they did in the previous game, but Team Liquid didn't challenge, so I can't think they're going to do it here. But Alpha 7 has had good success with zones like this. Same narrative for Maryland, right? So, PB, I actually think Alpha 7 are in a wonderful spot to close it out here in map 4.
Well, they don't have to rotate south now through Team Liquid. They can go north and choose Maryland or just go through all of the available real estate up there. I think they got plenty of options. And Wolves doing that split farm drop, as always. I look for them to have kind of prime position and really kind of, for me, be the favorite to win this map. We'll see how it works out, Hodgix.
Yeah, we'll see. Man, I get a little frustrated at this point in the tournament, right? Because I get so sick of seeing teams that don't adjust their play style considering where they're at on the leaderboards, right? Like if you're Team Liquid, you're trying to catch loops, right? To move on in the tournament. That is 23 points, okay? You have to do it here and now. With Smash Point at play, it's a must. And to get 23 points, you need 13 eliminations and a chicken dinner, and you have to hope loots get 0, right? So why aren't you doing some kind of strategy to try to make that happen, right? I just can't stand when teams just leave it up to fate. They're just like, we're just going to play a regular game, PUBG Mobile. They go out early and we get 23 eliminations. It happens, right? I mean, I don't know. I want to see some of these squads mix it up here, Dave. Please.
Yeah, dropping Stalber would have been the play. Yeah, you
Right?
know, VIP go there. Either Stalber or Nova, just one of those two spots there. The team in dead last, and if you even want to go up and fight Resilience, you know, they go to school. Those are two easy teams that you could easily drop on and have high chances, Hot Jukes, of getting some early game elimination points.
Or just go Pachinki, dude. Hot drop loops, take them out, because, I mean, you have to make sure they get 0 points. So, like, if you're Team Liquid, what do you got to lose here? Like, if you take out loops and you get 4 eliminations, you don't got to worry about them anymore. You're in the center of the map, and you could have made something happen. But instead, like I said, they're just kind of leaving it up to fate.
Yeah.
And we'll see if it favors them.
The whole topic of like hot drops, honestly, it just might be, you know, us just trying to keep that dream alive, man. Players, they just do not like to do it, no matter if that is like the last game of the tournament, the last game of the year, possibly. They just don't want to do it, man. Maybe the bus ride home is too awkward if you do hot drop on somebody, or maybe, you know, they want to be signed to that other team, right? So hot dropping and taking out their tournament journey. No one's going to forget that, right? So the thing is, this is a damn battle royale. Like, there are no friends here, man. So the fact that we all have like this truce going on, it gets underneath my skin here too, man.
I agree with you, Hot Jukes. I feel like it shows to me a lack of situational awareness, because if you're facing certain death, and by death I mean not moving on to the next stage.
Yeah.
If you're facing certain death, you gotta like try for it, right? You gotta try to run and you know, escape at some point and, you know, make something happen. But unfortunately, a lot of these teams seem to be resigned to their fate in this one. But yeah, absolutely, I'm trying to take on loops before they have an opportunity to build some momentum. Again, every point they pick up is another point you've got to try to get. And as a fallback from that, you know, there's teams in this lobby that you can absolutely pick on. Dave named them both. So, you know, those teams dropping in the same spot every game, those are easy points. And I'm just surprised that more aren't hunting to get those easy points and just kind of waiting to see what happens as Wolves getting into it early with Jaguar. Jaguar's going to get run off. They're not trying to take this fight.
No, not at the moment. And Wolves are in that 2-2 split that they traditionally do on Erangel. But my concern this time around is Loops and Jaguar have split the two distinct rosters here from Wolves Esports. They need to join together and find a way to get together in order to fight effectively against Jaguar and Loops. If the fights end up taking place, there's a little bit of a break. Jaguar will run Loops off to the left-hand side. So if I'm either Baton or Doran, who's on the southern portion inside that hard cover, I maybe want to join Coops up into that compound up ahead. And Milo, Vaughn, and Portro, tempting fate, starting to get very close to Higor and Coops. They might just be trying to drive around, just see what's up there, you know, kind of what's in the air. But that brings in Carlin God. That brings in M2M. You got to see Doran and Baton. They've got to get up there. They need to get on the move.
At this point, Taylor, I trust him. Higors has had this team positioned so many times this tournament exactly like this, where I watched the rotation and I'm just like, oh God, this is getting dicey. They're split in half. Something's going to happen. And they pull it out time and time again. In the past, that has not been the case for any NA team. They've been getting destroyed. You know, they crumble. The position falls apart. For some reason, this team has been able to pull off 2-2 split super effectively. Hopefully it continues. But like you, I'm biting my nails over here thinking, man, this could be it for the Wolves. They have to try to stay alive and make something happen here, Hot Juice.
Yeah, dude, I got a little scared, though. You started singing the praise of Igor, and I was like, uh-oh. Not again. You know what I'm saying? I was like,
here we go.
I was like,
ain't no
where's
Maxman
he on the map? No, but he stays alive here. I mean, for Wolves, Alpha 7, it's just play a classic game of PUBG Mobile, right? Get into those end zones, win the game, shut this whole tournament down, right? And that's exactly what they're looking to do here. You can see Doran just driving around, trying to get a little bit of intel, but these guys are rock solid in position here for this next zone.
For sure. By the way, Influence Rage dead center. Yep. Great for them, a team that is still trying to catch up. And then a good spot. Well, they do go over the bridge straight towards Maryland. That's going to be an interesting one. But my eye still on Wolves and Alpha 7. We're on opposite sides. But a chance here, Dave, for teams, you know, to catch up. As we've been saying, we do circle one of the Wolves members. That's Jaguar, who typically is off by himself. Now is in the open field with iNCO. All around him, Dave.
Yeah, doing some scouting. I believe he did recognize there's a couple members of iNCO over there in the Yasnaya fields and did pull back right there. So just getting away of the land. Next circle does go up. All 4 members of the Wolves were already in their vehicles. They're going to look to group up on Baton. Baton also trying to get priority on that little tiny compound over there. Loops, they were heading in this direction, recognizing, hey, there's already somebody over here, pulling off right away. So the Wolves going dead center. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the play zone, we have Alpha 7. They were at shooting range, also in their vehicles, ready to go at a drop of a hat on the next circle. Looks like they are going to be wrapping around north of Yasnaya, right behind Team VIP right now, Powerbang.
I'm very I mean, I want to pull up the map really quickly once again. Alpha 7, I thought they were going to congregate on that compound. They left only 2 members there, and they are about to go 2v multiple squads in multiple situations right now. So big risk, but potentially big reward right now for Wolves. And Alpha 7 hot on the heels of VIP. Oh. So we'll see if they can get it, but it's starting to pop off right now. Loops and iNCO getting into it.
That's a horse. Zaman, yeah, he's on a horse, brother. Yeah. That man went from the top of the bridge, camping it out, to on a horse. Man of many traits. Man of many traits. That's the best course of action for VIP. Just get away from this fight,
guys.
Man. I understand they're at the bottom.
Dude,
they're at the bottom.
That was so huge, though. iNCO took out a player from Loops. The team, they are trying to pass up on the leaderboards. So now Loops are down to 3. iNCO with a full 4-man, and it's so smart for iNCO to just play this safe. You're already hamstringed, Loops. Just keep your whole squad together, wait till those end zones, and make it happen. I am not shocked we're seeing iNCO play it extra safe, not trying to push the issue here, Dave, and try to take out Loops early.
Yeah, a lot of teams just not recognizing the potential ahead of them here, right? And it does look like iNCO, though, they're going to be pulling back, still taking some shots at Loops down range. But, I mean, taking into consideration, like you said, the overall leaderboards, that was definitely iNCO's moment to overthrow Loops and the squad here, Powerbang.
Absolutely. I'm looking at that overall leaderboard, and all that stands out to me are these gold ribbons up here, baby. Those 2 teams primed to move on. If they can win this particular game or any game throughout the rest of this tournament, that will end it right here, right now. Right now, Wolves, just this 2-2 split is insane to me. You got Coops down here with Igors, and you've got Baton and Doran up here at this compound. Actually, it looks like they might have swapped partners. Igor's up north. But man, that is ambitious to say the least, because they're both center zone. So they've got to go 2v however many decide to crash. I mean, obviously there's this dip that's very playable here. You've got people coming in off the mountaintop. Shelter will be rotating over. And now, how do they navigate this to group up? How do they get together? That's what I'm keeping my eye on, is this rotation here from Wolves. It's going to be absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, it's a great point for sure. And Alpha 7, by the way, with the zone shift, are going to be on the dead end of zone. This is perfect for them. And the only soft target that they have around them is going to be VIP. Even still, Alpha 7, they want to crash in on VIP and get this compound. Not a bad play. If it's executed well, this could put Alpha 7 in a power position going into the future stages. We look at Wolves. They have congregated together. They've managed to group up nearly center, opposite of where Alpha 7 is currently at. So as far as our two teams on Smash Point, I think both rosters are in a wonderful, wonderful spot, and I love that Guizhou has that high ground in the Wizard Tower. That's going to be a huge power spot, at least in my opinion. So if they can wipe out VIP, man, Alpha 7, Wolves could make a great argument, Jukes, that they are going to close it out in Game 4.
Absolutely. This could all end right here, right now. We may not even see one Miramar today. Alpha 7 holding the Wizard Tower. You got VIP right next to him. And Alpha 7, they smell weakness, boys. They're like, you know what? Maybe we leave.
Uh-oh.
Good idea for Carrillo. Take off.
We're going towards shelter, though?
Uh-oh. Massive impact here. If he goes down, which it looks like he will, straight on Nepal coming in from the side. He's down to 1 HP. And he's gonna drop. Alpha 7 in big trouble right now. Straight on Nepal crashing onto them as well, trying to take advantage of the numbers. They're failing, but 2 down and Alpha 7 eliminated first out of the lobby. The door is wide open for the Wolves. Can they get it done, Taylor?
Could they get it done? They're the only team that can. That's an interesting rotation from Alpha 7. Definitely so. I think they should have stayed and fought against VIP, but we focus our attention against TL.
They didn't even have to
TL
fight
and
VIP.
9Z are fighting at the moment. Yeah, well, Milos is going to be down. Team Liquid, I believe, also falls. Team Liquid, a team that is desperately trying to claw their way up, are now gone. And as things do settle in, Dave, obviously we want to discuss it.
Got to.
You stay opposite of VIP and you stay where you're at. There's no reason to full send at the shelter.
Right, it was a standstill. They were tossing on some grenades. They might not have known it was VIP, but VIP, they really weren't moving at all. They were turtling on to decide to push a little more into the center on the side of that hillside. I think they were just overthinking the advantage they had here and getting wiped out. Just a huge upset.
Klaus was on the push through the window, and Xforce nades their own player, and that is going to spell doom for him, Dukes.
24K got to make something happen here from the high ground. He gets 2, but Victex through the window is able to get the knock. It's all up to Fate. Keep your tournament hopes alive. The Molotov is going to miss, and Fate is so hurt right now. He's going to try to get this first aid, but Victex is there with the nade, and that is it. Xforce is out of there. Rolls of War are going to get some huge pickups here. But yeah, I don't know if you guys heard my shout. I was like, oh, Alpha 7. Ooh, they're smelling weakness here, and they're about to push VIP. And then I just saw Carrillo go the other direction. I was like, so they leave, I guess?
Yeah.
And then, boom, gone. Just like that.
That's tough. That is tough to see. It really is, because they were in such a great spot. Such a great spot. But that's the way it is. Now Wolves have an opportunity, a real opportunity, with all 4 members alive. Not on necessarily the softer side of the zone. I mean, Maryland's behind them. That's going to be a cause for concern potentially, but at least as of now in Stage 4, they can stay where they are for the next couple of minutes. They don't have to get too antsy and push up, and they're going to play this slow. Again, guys, with them being on Smash Point, there's no reason for Wolves to try and get team wipes or get more eliminations outside of just trying to stay in first place when it comes to overall points. Let's say it ends in Game 6, nobody reaches Smash Point. So for Wolves, playing this nice and slow, that's their game plan. And at least on our map, we can kind of see Jaguar getting out there and trying to scout some new lands, maybe for their next rotation. That's just what he does. But in the meantime, for the teams, really trying to catch up. iNCO, for example, just 4 points away from catching up to Loops. That's going to be my main thing that I'm looking at outside of Wolves closing this out. For iNCO, they're going to be on the outskirts, looking to make their way in. And for Loops, opposite of Royals of War. Both of these rosters could very well have a big impact on who moves forward to PMGC. Do they want it to be Loops? Do they want it to be iNCO? Jukes? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as far as, just looking at who's moving on to PMGC, when it comes to PMGC points, Wolves are a lock, so they're going. 9Z are a lock, they're going. Influence Rage, we're close to passing up A7, but with how well Alpha 7's done today, they're not going to do it. So Alpha 7 is going. That leaves the next 2 teams on the top we'll move to PMGC. Right now, that's Influence Rage. They have a good bump, so that's good, right? 5th place, Loops. That is where we are looking at. The last spot to PMGC. It is all up to Loops. iNCO is only 4 points away. Maryland, not that far away from them as well. And Loops are down to 3 players. So Loops have to hang on. They just made a very bold rotation on down south. They have this building. Let's see what they can do with it here, PB.
It's great summary there, Hot Jukes, of the standings as they sit now. It's getting pretty close at the bottom, and I got to give a shout out also to United 4 Gaming. Again, great position in the circle. They're making a big push today, and we'll see if they can deliver at the end of this one. You can see Wolves up north. They're in this compound. They're not in a great position, nowhere really to go because of so many potential third parties down south. If they do take a fight with iNCO or United 4 or Maryland, they're going to get shot from a million different angles. So again, they're going to try to slow roll this, I think, and we'll see exactly what happens. Loops down south, though, trying to make things happen, and they are clinging to that 5th spot, at least for the time being. And that is, again, the matchup that I am watching as well, in addition to the Wolves. And look at that. Beautiful rotation early. Hegors is going to get Doran into that circle, go scout out that side, and see if they can do some damage here to Jaguar, Dave.
Yeah, Wolves, they need to push out here just a little bit. I'm looking at United 4. They are really trying to take out Maryland. Maryland rolling into the play zone with only a duo. They do find a shack. They're trying to hold it down, but United trying to flush them out. So the Wolves, Hygar up there in the north, he did recognize that there's Team Jaguar over there, so they did retract. They pulled back just a little bit, but big fights happening.
iNCO.
We were just chatting about iNCO. iNCO trying to keep their tournament dreams alive. They were trying to wedge themselves into the new play zone. They do get caught up with Influence, but Influence actually pulling off that fight, Hot Jukes, and sending little boy Law dead center. That could be the saving grace for iNCO.
They got another point as well. So yeah, look at that. Look at that. They're so close. Loops do get a point though. So now that still leaves a 4-point difference between these two teams here. Taylor, let's see what can happen.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight between Loops, Rafina, and Rattleboy, who have now chosen to go forward to attack the likes of iNCO, who is, I mean, hot on their trails when it comes to catching up, just 5 points away. So for Loops, winning this fight against iNCO could be massive. That would solidify their spot. Also opens up a door potentially for this tournament ending and them staying in 5th place if Wolves can win. But for Dorn and Coops, as I see on my mini-map, they start to potentially roll up for the fight against them and Inabete and iNCO and Co. And Inabete is getting dangerously close, forcing him to take a little bit of damage as Coops jumps out to fight onto Doran. Inabete desperately tried to heal up, but Coops takes a little bit of damage, and he's forced to back away. Wolves have to make a decision at this point, Dave. Do we want to try and eliminate players and free up this northern portion or get deeper into zone? And I think that's what they're going to do. The second option, they choose to maybe full send it, or not full send it, but at least get into the next zone and posture up for potential fights in the future, which ultimately would be against iNCO.
Just staying in those vehicles, getting ready for that next circle shift, depending on where it goes, and not only that, getting those additional sight lines from being in a vehicle, right? Just making sure that if iNCO do decide to push over here, you're in a prime position to take them out. But looks like United still just in the middle here, Hot Jukes, peppering everybody and anything that they do see. But I'm looking at iNCO. iNCO are almost getting sandwiched here between the Wolves and Loops. So that is going to be a big fight here. Looking over here, iNCO, they do recognize Loops. Squad mates out there running around, but the ammo count really low right now, Hot Jukes.
I am staring at this fight. If iNCO takes down Loops and Wolves win this game, iNCO will move forward. So let's see how that actually plays out here. As intense game is burning up, Jaguar go down, PB. That fight between iNCO and Loops, though, is imminent.
It is. That Jaguar going down was big because that frees up another team out of the northern portion of this map. Gives Wolves a bit of a place to move, at least for now. You still have United 4 and Intense Game right next to each other. Wolves can basically just be patient and kind of patrol this area, see what happens. The interesting thing for me is, what if this comes down to Loops and Wolves at the end? I mean, Taylor, does Loops just lay down their weapons? I mean,
I would.
Right?
I definitely would. I mean, you know your top 5. Well, actually, for them, question is, are they doing the math in real time? Because it is very, very close between them and iNCO.
Absolutely.
So if they don't have a full understanding of where they lay, then yeah, they probably do want to take the fight against Wolves. But if they definitively know we are in 5th place, we are ahead of iNCO, we're opposite of Wolves, let's give it to them. I think that's a viable strategy all day, every day, PB.
It's tough, man, because Loops, I feel like, is a team that has delivered all tournament long, but today, for whatever reason, momentum just does not seem to be on their side, and the teams that are in 6th, 7th, 8th are gaining on them every single time. And right now, we're going to see them get into it. They stop in the blue zone. McGrellin goes down, so they get the jump, and now Vitaly's got to try to protect the squad from up in the high ground. At least they've got some high ground, but now the Wolves can try to capitalize. Nenebetchik getting pushed by Higors, and things are starting to pop off. It's getting crazy, Dave.
Yo, Loop's just overshooting the mark right there. Trying to throw
Wolves
a wrench
swung
into
around
the
up
plan
top.
of iNCO. Wolves now taking advantage of this one, trying to backstab iNCO, trying to take him out. iNCO still have a duo though, Hot Juke, still trying to survive. But honestly, after that, Loop's down to just a solo. So it's not looking too good for either squads in 5th and 6th place.
Yeah, it's not.
But it's looking good for iNCO though. I think this is great for iNCO, Jukes, because they got 2 players left. They're inside zone, and Wolves are still on the outskirts, gatekeeping Nazelda. He falls. iNCO, based off of placement points alone, could in fact pass up. Loops in 5th place. Wolves takes this game. iNCO barely skirts by, and they qualify.
Oh, maybe, but I don't know. I would not guarantee these placement points because Wolves are right there, way too close for comfort. So iNCO hyper-focused on Loops. They want to take out Neilzada right here, right now. He runs across, makes it to the vehicle. And right now, if you're iNCO, you're just saying, Wolves, please. We're from North America too, right? Please leave us alone.
He's in the sidelines.
He's done. He's done.
Vitaly knows where he is, but Royals of War is down below as well, so they may have a sight line if they know he's there. So Neilzada goes over the edge. There it is. That's what I was waiting for. Deminor did not know he was there at first, and it took a while, but he was cleanly in the scope there once he found him. And just like that, Loops is out. So the bar at 123 in 5th place. iNCO still 2 members alive, just 5 points behind. And we're into the top 5 right now, so they're securing at least 3 more rank points. That means just a couple more rank spots or some eliminations. And iNCO is very well in play here, Hot Jukes.
Oh, Igor looking for those sight lines. And that is what iNCO is praying for. Please, Wolves, do not push down the center. Wrap the circle. Take out everybody else. But iNCO, they need those 5 points. If they do get 2nd place, that'll be 6th. So best case scenario for iNCO, you get 2nd place with placement points. Wolves win the game, and you move on. But that is going to be a tough thing considering this next circle here, Dave. Let's see where the zone goes.
I'm looking at a tense game, man. Intense game in the South. Obviously, the main storyline is on the Wolves, and if they can get this winner chicken dinner. But intense game, 11 eliminations down here in the South. So both the North and the South, both of these squads are going to look inwards and just try to take out everybody that moves here. So iNCO Nenebete is going to be starting to shoot at Igor, trying to keep him at bay. Will the Wolves opt to take this fight here? They might wrap around that west side, Hot Jukes. They are planning out their next move right now. Oh, they're pushing.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Trying to get the run over. Got the
Great
intel.
job,
Still alive here. So we got the intel. We know there's at least 1 player in the shack, and they might have even spotted out one of the players behind the boulders too. So they might have the intel and the information where they are.
iNCO's going to have to defend. Wolves push up, trying to drive by. Vitaly shooting some shots, getting caught in the blender. It's just Nenebete.
Nenebete, last stop, but he's running,
he's out of here.
sprinting,
He's trying to live. No helmet.
5 points.
Can
5
he get
points
out of
behind
here?
Loops.
There's a boulder.
5 points behind Loops. Trying desperately to stay alive. Coops is firing shots. Doran's up top. The most important thing, he's up. But IG not too far behind. And just to set the story for everybody, we're down to our top 5 rosters. We're on map 4. Wolves are still alive. All 4 members are still up. If they win this game, the tournament is over with, and they are your PMSL America's Fall Season 2025 champions. They are the team, the only team remaining on the map out of the 5 who can close the tournament out now. But for the others, for example, with iNCO, the big story with them, with one solo alive within Abete, if he can somehow, someway pick up elims like in this moment, they can pass up loops. They can pass up loops, but David's going to be in a fight. Royals of War are going to lose him along with themselves. Now, top 4 teams, Wolves, 4 members, United for Gaming with 3, IG with 4, iNCO and Abete as a solo. So much at stake here, so much at risk. Can Inabete stay alive long enough to get the placement points, maybe an elimination, to pass loops, to go for top 5? Will Wolves close out this tournament? PB, it's coming down to the wire.
It is. You can see this ridge right here in the center. Everything to the left of that is high ground, and the Wolves own it. So they own the zone. They own the high ground. But can they hit the shots? That's the question. Fights popping off right now for intense game, and United 4. This is everything the Wolves were hoping for. They can third-party this and come out on top. Will it end now? Wolves with all 4 up, and here they come. He tries to escape, but he's down. Is it going to be right over right now? USA on top potentially, Taylor. We're almost there.
We're almost there. iNCO and Abete has managed to stay alive, and he's going to be in second place, which means they might be able to pass up loops. Did iNCO Gaming just qualify? But we know for sure that Wolves from North America are going to close the vice grip. They're going to take down Abete to solo for iNCO, and it's official. North America are your PMSL 2025 champions. The Wolves have overcome adversity. They have taken the moment by storm, and they are officially your champs. Hot Jukes, it's been a long time coming.
Let's go. That was looking all too familiar, baby, because that was pretty much the exact same zone where the Wolves won Titan Series from. They shut it down in 2 games there. Move on over to the Super League All Americas, and they get it done in 4. Wolves are your champions. Let's go.
Let's go, Wolves. Big Coach Wancho leading them to victory. I say sub, but he's been doing everything out there. What a big moment for North America, and they finally get to pull the sword from Hot Jukes Mike, but more importantly, they get to lift that beautiful trophy right there center stage. Dave, you've been watching PUBG Mobile for a long time. You've been casting it for, it seems like, ever. What does this moment mean for North America?
Oh, we are ready, man. I mean, this was the most consistent team here this season. Week 1, week 2, they finish at the top. They come into this weekend with the most head start points because of that consistency. They won a total of, 3 chickens here this weekend. This final winner chicken dinner just kind of sealing the deal here, fellas. And honestly, the whole squad, they were rotating out players all season long. I mean, everybody did a phenomenal job to make it to this point. And Hot Jukes, I think they are ready for the world stage here, man.
You're damn right they are, dude. I mean, what a performance through and through. I mean, it's just been like watching a roller coaster ride, right? Because we saw them, crush it in Titan Series. Then we see some roster swaps, making us think twice come during the league stage. But then now they're the champs. It's all Wolves, baby. Let's go.
All Wolves. Doran, Igor, Coops, Baton. Obviously, you add Wancho into the mix, have fought tooth and nail to get to this very moment. It's got to be surreal for them. It does. But an opportunity to lift that very trophy. They've worked so very hard. North America has been waiting. We've been overdue for a big win. We thought it could have been last season before PMWC, but Wolves fell short. They come back this season, and they say, not again. We're lifting this trophy high. Boys, you earned it. Pick it up. There it is. The Wolves, once again, your PMSL America's fall season champions.
The PUBG Mobile Tesseract. They lift it up and teleport themselves to PMGC here, PB.
Oh, the emotions on his face, too. Oh, PB.
Just crushing it. Wancho joining the team right now. I'm so proud of these boys. I don't know about you guys, but I like literally have goosebumps right now. This was such a huge win for the Wolves, such a huge win for the region, and they give the trophy to Wancho, the awesome teammate. Honestly, Wancho was such a great sport this whole time. You can see him giving congrats to the boys. They crushed it, man. Just absolutely incredible play from the Wolves. And, man, they gave us a scare today, didn't they?
They did.
They came out, and they had a weak first 2 games. Kaya pointed it out like, listen, you guys suck to start the day. But But boy, did they turn it around. They delivered in a big way, and that game, they played it flawlessly. They did not have the greatest position, and when I was peeking at those circles in like stage 3, stage 4, I was like, if they win this game, they're gonna have to earn it, and earn it they did. They come through in the clutch, and man, Igor's for me. This man was tournament MVP. I know he's not gonna receive that, but as far as the decision making, the splits that were called, the way he had the squad positioned, this for me was the biggest jump in performance that I've seen from any team from this region, and it happened on the biggest stage here at PMSL Americas, Taylor.
Yeah, Igor, again, just to reiterate, I mean, he comes in as the IGL. He's the shot caller for this roster. So often we would see him, going off by himself as a solo. We questioned it. Is that the right play? Well, he continually proved that, yes, it was. He was always setting up future opportunities for his rosters to push in, right, into the next zone, or maybe filling out where are the teams ahead of them so they can make the right and proper rotation. Igor truly is a very dominant IGL, a huge addition to this roster, and a large reason why the Wolves found so much success on Junes.
Oh, man, I mean, I'm so proud of what this team was able to do here. I mean, it's about damn time, boys, right? We see that USA flag on top in the Americas region, and I couldn't think of a better team to do it, man. These guys so consistent through and through here. They have put in the work here, Dave, and it's paid off.
It paid off. Listen, by the way, you guys need to send United 4 Gaming some love. Not United. Yeah, United. Because at the end right there, didn't they just send 2 to the north and then 2 to the south and flushing out intense game? I thought we were going to Miramar, guys. Listen, I wouldn't lie. I would like to see some more gameplay, but shout out to the Wolves for ending this one early right now. Walking away with 7 elims here in that winner chicken. I mean, they were playing this one so calculated at the end here. The high ground, like you said, Hot Jukes. They won the Titan series from that position too, right? On Smash Points. So, I mean, they were very familiar with the terrain, and they were just locked in. I think they were locked in just all tournament long, man. And like you said, a roller coaster of a ride. But you can see they've been putting in the work. They've been doing the VOD review, and they had this lobby on lock here, man. And now I look ahead to that next stage. I think they got the skills, man. They got the skills to compete up against squads like 9Z, like Alpha 7. I think they're going to be awfully prepared to represent North America on the world stage here, Reflections.
Definitely so, and let's not forget, this is the first time North America has won PMSL. This is such a cool moment. I mean, it really, really is. And the boys are happy. They have to be going to PMGC the Gauntlet. I truly feel this roster is ready to take on the global stage. I really do.
Yes, sir.
I feel that way, and it's the first time I can truly say, let's say, for example, Wolves last split would have, qualified for PMWC. I still had questions. How are they going to do on the global stage? Because, they were kind of, right there, like top 3 or whatever, but there's questions whether they would qualify or not. But now that definitively my answer has to be yes, they are ready for the global stage and a great representation of what North America is going to bring to the table at PMGC the Gauntlet, PP.
I can't wait to see this next stage, and I couldn't agree more. You mentioned the rotations and Igor's being out on his own. Again, when I first saw this split, right, when League Stage started, I'm like, oh man, this is risky. But honestly, it really shows you the skill of somebody not to put themselves in a position to get knocked, to get picked off on rotation. And remember, in years past and in splits past, that is where NA has always struggled, was on the rotation, trying to get into that next circle, trying to become safe. You saw people getting knocked out of vehicles constantly and really just, getting sniped when ultimately that was the absolute last thing you would want to happen. And they prevented that all tournament long this time, really proving that they belong. And for me, there were 2 teams all week that stood out as the cream of the crop, and it was Alpha 7 and the Wolves. They both finished number 1 and number 2. We didn't see any other teams kind of sneak in or have a lucky few games. It was the consistency all tournament long that ultimately earned a spot to move on to the PMGC stage. So again, just absolutely incredible performance from the Wolves. So proud of them. And I know that the region's got to be proud as well. Got to put the memes behind us, Taylor, and move on. Start looking towards globals.
Looking towards globals, and that's our next conversation, the global stage. and how it's going to play out. You already have some talented rosters that's already qualified. Don't quote me on this, but I believe like Alter Egos, for example, have qualified, and just such a big team to qualify. Phones are being disseminated. Infinite, shout out to them. Got the phones. Man, talk about the frames, baby. Talk about the frames they're going to be getting with that. And but yeah, Alter Egos, you've got Thunder Talk Gaming, who's going to be there, who have been incredible. E-Arena, just some big names who's on the global stage that you would expect to be there, right? And that's now your next goal if you're Wolves, to finally figure out, okay, what can we do on the global stage to defeat the global competitors? We've already bested the Americas region. Now let's do it on the global side of things. But again, just revel in this moment with North America, with the Wolves, with these boys who have worked so incredibly hard to reach this moment. They have finally done it, but now they got to focus on the next stage. But I think for tonight, hey, put PUBG Mobile aside. Go to the beach. Go have a little bit of fun in Sao Paulo, boys, because you absolutely deserved it, PB.
100%. And I got a question, guys. Obviously we know the Wolves won. They've punched their ticket. They're headed off to PMGC. But we saw some drama towards the end of that game.
Yes, sir.
We saw a man hiding behind a tree. He hid well because he survived all the way to second place all by himself. Talk about a heroic survival performance from the likes of iNCO. They have made it to the final circle, but will it be enough to push them through and past their competitors? I can't wait to see the overalls, but Taylor, I'll throw it back to you. We got a little bit of a something that's been a long time coming, I think.
I think it has been a long time coming. Jukes, you've had this sword in the mic. You said it could only be pulled if North America was able to win. Well, that time has come. North America has won. Jukes, I hand it off to you, baby. Let's get that sword pulled.
It's about time, baby. North America has done it. The sword has been released from the mic. That's right. You can see the rust. It's been way too long.
You actually can.
But you know what?
My God.
We're the champs, baby.
Hey! Nice, baby.
We gotta suggest a HEPA filter for the room, Jukes. That's crazy.
Worth it, baby. Worth it. It's been too dang long. Let's go.
Wow, dude, the confetti and everything. Having his own championship moment. It's a big day for all three of you guys. Again, watching these North American teams grow as much as they have. But, boys, it's time to look at our overalls and figure out, did Loops do enough to hold on? Yes, they did, just by 2 points. iNCO Gaming in a bet day stayed alive and did as much as he possibly could. But unfortunately, in the end, it was not enough. It was Loops, 9Z, Influence Rage, Alpha 7, and ultimately Wolves, Hot Jukes.
Oh my gosh, so close, yet so far. They were right there. I thought they had it. But Loops, hang on, man. What a crazy, crazy turn of events. Wolves, 200 points on the dot, PV, to win this thing? That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. They crushed 200 points in just 3 days. Granted, they did have 24 bonus points to add to that total, but hey, that's a massive number. And I'm pretty happy because my pre-tournament top 4 ended up being top 4. So not a bad little pick here, if I do say so myself. But 3 chicken dinners for the top 3 each. These guys all came to play, and I'm excited to see what they do at PMGC. But again, testament to Wolves. They did it. They made it through from the region, and iNCO, they came so close. Heroic performance at the end, but it looked like he needed to pick up a couple knocks as well.
Yeah, and Abete gave it his all day, but fell a little bit short. But for Loops, though, a team that was consistent. We had a lot of questions about Loops and their performance at multiple times, but it seems as if they did just enough to potentially reach the global stage.
Yeah, shout out to Loops, Nelzada, Rata Boy, Rafina, all those players. They've had some solid games here this past week, and today they did let it slip. They got really close. I mean, 2 points, definitely not where you want to be here. I think Loops maybe just overthinking some things a little too much here today, but hey, they still qualify. This last game they did have 3 eliminations, so those 3 eliminations kept them here to qualify for that next round. And better luck next time, iNCO. So close, so close. iNCO had some highlightable plays here too in this tournament reflections.
That's it. They definitely did. Loops, a roster that I've been supporting since I started casting over them all the way back, I believe, even in Titan Series when it was introduced, one of the early rosters playing in the Titan Series program. Wolves Alpha 7 in first and second. Let's take a look at PMGC points, another storyline that we were breaking down throughout our tournament, and it was Alpha 7 who ultimately ends up winning. Not only do they win in PMGC points, this is where they will qualify through. 342 Influence Rages, 311. It was a close race, but Alpha 7 ultimately was able to hold on. We take a look at Latin America. 9Z, no surprise, will hold on to first as well, therefore qualifying for PMGC with a total of 257 over Royals of War Esports at 200. 9Z, congratulations. You played hard and were the best team when it comes to Latin America. And for North America, naturally, it was the Wolves. I mean, they dominated through and through. Jeez. Not only this tournament, winning grand finals of PMSL America's fall season, but also qualifying through PMGC points at 339 to 194. So Wolves will qualify here. Now, what does that mean
Xforce,
for the
Look at how close
leaderboard?
they made that.
Xforce did make
got
it
within
close.
6 points.
That's right. Here are your qualified PMGC teams. It is, in fact, Alpha 7, 9Z Wolves, Influence Rage, and Loops Esports. Punched a ticket, PB. These are your rosters competing on the global stage.
Huge. Once again, I don't think many of these teams were a huge shock. I mean, many of these favorites coming into the tournament, but you got to play when it matters, and they all did just that. Wolves, Alpha 7, the top dogs of this tournament, both qualify through from PMGC points. 9Z will join them, finishing 4th here at PMSL Americas. And we also see Influence Rage. I guess my pre-tournament pick of Influence Rage winning by PMSL Americas is a technical win here.
Still
Know what I'm
correct.
saying?
Right.
So,
Yes,
yeah, but
sir.
these are your 5 teams. I love it. I'm going to take that one to the bank, baby.
I like it. You should, dude. I was shocked when I saw it. I know we all were. Who's MVP? Guazal will take over MVP over Revo just by 100 damage, as close as you can get, Hot Jukes.
That's crazy. 100 damage. I'll tell you what, though, man. Revel is an absolute monster. I mean, I'm not shocked that we see an Alpha 7 player getting the MVP here, considering everything that these guys have gone through, especially in recent days. I'm so proud of what Alpha 7 has done. I know that they are. Their fans should be as well, and I can't wait to see what they do during PMGC.
Definitely so. Remix held on tight, Dave, for the longest time,
Yes,
but
sir.
he falls short on the final day. But still, we got to give him flowers alongside Diego and Doran.
Yeah, you had Remix showing up here. We had Kolgo at one point also up here. So 9Z, they're going to be feeling really good heading into that next round. And then, of course, Diego and Federal have been popping off here this tournament. So each team has like a really solid dynamic duo. And then, of course, like you say, Doran to round things out, representing the Wolves out here.
Representing the Wolves indeed, man. Doran made it happen. Top 5. What a beautiful moment it was for North America. Can't wait to watch them on the global stage at PMGC. Such a beautiful time it was throughout all of PMSL Americas. Another season successfully comes to a conclusion, and it was a nail-biter till the very end. Dave, let's go back to you, baby. Your final words as we get out of here.
Yo, real quick, shout out to you guys. Shout out to Seven World. Shout out to Enigma and all of the production team behind the scenes making this event so silky smooth. I mean, these guys really putting in the work. But hey, Wolves, let's go!
Yeah! Let's go, Wolves, baby. North America on top. And we are pumped up. Hot Jukes, I know you're just as pumped up as ever, brother. We finally pulled the sword. A big moment for you. I'll leave it to you for your final words.
Oh, man, dude, what a blessing just to be able to be a part of this whole situation, seeing the journey from North America, being happy to even see them on the first page for so long. Then comes the Titan series. North America grows every single season here, and now finally the champs of PMSL. PMGC is coming around the corner, and that is something I'm going to have my eyes on big time.
That's right. PMGC is going to be coming around the corner, and everybody has to be looking out for it. Normally, I would pass it to you, PB, And then I would close out the show. I'm actually going to say my final words and have you close out the show because you've done so much for the scene.
Yes.
Naturally, Titan Series, right? I mean, it's such a instrumental part to North America growing as a whole. I've been saying that since the very start. I think we can all echo that sentiment. In my opinion, North America would not be on top if it was not for Titan Series, that additional practice at the highest level. So clearly tremendous respect to you, the AMG crew, just everybody who's put together this program, not only PMSL, but also Titan Series. I had a wonderful time for PMSL America's fall season, and I'm going to continue to watch PUBG Mobile on the global stage and, of course, support North America as much as I possibly can. That's all I got. Power Bang, I'll leave it to you for your final words and to close out the show.
Thank you so much, Taylor. You didn't have to do that, but man, I'm just so proud to see a North American team on top. We've obviously fought hard to improve as a region over the past few years. It's been a journey, and that journey will continue, but thankfully, at least for now, it will continue at the global stage. Big thanks to Wolves and their performance. Been so cool to cheer them on, as well as every other team from the region. Things are looking up for the region. Huge shout out to everyone on the production crew, the League Ops team, Clint in particular for organizing a lot of the stuff that he does on the back end. And I just got to say, I love PUBG Mobile Esports, man. Such an honor to be a part of this scene in general, and I love these events. They're so much fun to watch, and I gotta say, we're starting to make it a tradition ending the final day early as they closed out the Titan Series in just 2 games with a Smash Point victory. They do it again here at the PMSL Americas. They're going to be moving on along with 4 other well-deserving teams. I hope you guys have enjoyed the tournament. Thank you to Enigma and Seven Worlds Gaming, who are not here today, and also to my co-casters, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Hot Juice, and Mustache Dave. Always a pleasure to cast with you guys. Thank you to you guys in chat. Thanks to the production team and to PUBG Mobile for having events like this one. I'm Power Bang. I'll see you guys later. Hope it's been fun. We'll see ya.
Some personal. It's got the S12K, but so does Resilient. Oh, gets a nice knock. One gets the...
From North America is going to be our boys from
here. Uh-oh, Loops. They need to hold on to that spot.
The first time at PMSL has a very real chance to qualify. They're very, very...
I'm drawing the line at Maryland just based on what was 3. That's going to be Raptaboy in the stairwell, making a push down
of that United 4 Gaming squad. But now we're into it with
portable covers for what, IG? It doesn't matter.
Clearly a red zone if I've ever seen one.
Still looking solid for close it out in 3 games, but obscures but not for crap. That's a tough position to push up and clean up on Higor. Well, Joe goes as well as a team
with the vehicle looking to get a run over, looking to close.
Defensive for at least a moment. Let's see if they can get it. Grouped him up, corralled him into the same exact spot. Bait's gonna go down here, and now it's up to 24K. Game over 1,000 damage coming in for Vitali.
They need to take out Alpha 7, and they need to win this game.
Are starting to heat up as they start to engage onto IG, a team that they...
I don't think we're getting that winner chicken dinner, but here comes Loops.
He goes in for the finish. Top of the hill. He knows it's going to be a 1.
The bridge. Chief try to get that heal.
Does he take him? No, he throws it out. Throws it. That's actually good. You believe. Dave believes. PB believes. The Nate
and they got him. Hate really locked.
Wolves push up. Trying to drive by. Vitali shooting some shots. Getting caught in the...
Popping off right now for intense game and United 4. This is everything the Wolves were hoping for.
Close the vice grip. They're going to take down in a bet. Boys, you earned it. Pick it up. There it is. The Wolves, once again, your PMSL America's fall season champions.
The PUBG Mobile...